Here's to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Like
be
a lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, look out the down, gonna weather. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never mind, can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We bound if I guess one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. we get this far. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to lie. We don't gotta fear blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line.
Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down.
when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel.
Welcome back to KPL. It is one step closer towards the grand finals right here in spring season 2025. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today is a Mo-Man. We are so close, man, today.
We are so close indeed. And how have we gotten here, right? Today is the lower bracket grand finals. We're looking forward to DRG versus Weibo Gaming. Oh my god, it's going to be a show.
Yeah, best of 7, global band pick. Maybe today is the day we get that ultimate battle.
Of course, as per normal, it will be, as Kin said, best of 7 global battle. But how did we get here? Oh my god, how did we get here? Because Dragon Ranger Gaming took a 4-0 victory yesterday against Rogue Warriors, eventually sending them out of the league. Meanwhile, for Weibo Gaming, they flew a bit too close to the sun. They have actually tasted the champions that's waiting for them, the previous champions. AG, right? They fell to them in a 4-2 fashion, and now they found themselves here. Now, Dragon Ranger, they can potentially take away that rematch if they want to do so. But speaking of rematches, Dragon Ranger and Weibo Gaming, it's not their first time here. It's not their first rumble, right? Dragon Ranger in the second round of the playoffs of the regular season, they took a victory 3-2, and Weibo Gaming, they clapped back. During the Group S playoffs, they actually took a 3-0 victory against Dragon Ranger as well.
Yeah, so they're coming into this series, Weibo Gaming 3-0 against DRG. DRG coming here 4-0ing Rogue Warriors yesterday. So let's see, right? In the Battle of Champions, who gets that one more shot against all gamers in the grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a revenge match nonetheless because both teams are itching to go at each other. Going from the drafts and picks of yesterday already, there is a little glimpse of what are the strategies that is to come today. But of course, they can completely change it up. And we were discussing this before. We have never been closer to getting an ultimate battle today because these team power levels are equally matched. A lot of the players are saying that this is the match that you want to watch between Dragon Ranger Gaming and Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, so at this point, I think the draft really matters, right? What do you want to start with, and do you want to keep some cards, right? Because we've seen, now you guys should be familiar with those heroes. We have seen Shikong, we have seen Chang'e, we have seen Yuan Liu, we have seen Kaboom, as well as Ingzhen. And so far, these teams have shown proficiency to be able to use these heroes to not just have control of the match, but really dominate the series, right? Because it's one card you play at the start, and then suddenly at the later parts of the series, you realize, hey, I don't have any more options, right? This is one of the beauties of the global ban pick format. So I want to see both teams play to their best today.
And the theme of KPL is, of course, combos on combos, right? You have combo hero picks, especially goated duos such as Dolia and the Elaine as well. So it's definitely about denying away those combos that you see. And Weibo Gaming and Dragon Ranger, they're known to deny away. It's a staple here at KPL where you want to pick something and then suddenly the enemy team picks it. So they're split on both teams. They want to spoil the combos as much as possible. I mean, notable combos such as Lupan Da Shi and Lupan number 7, aka Master Lupan and his puppet.
Yeah, exactly. I think these are very damaging combinations that need to be watched out for. But for every combination that you bring into the draft, there is a countermeasure as well. This is the beauty of KPL, and so far, both teams have shown proficiency about playing their cards right, but also playing it at the right time, right? So not just getting the good drafts in the first game, second game, it also comes down to this marathon of a series, right? What do you want to use? When do you want to use it? And when is it most efficient? That's the so far the difference in levels between KPL teams and teams all across the world. And right now we are at the source. We are at the Kings Pro League. I want to see what kind of damaging strategies both coaches have prepared for their counterparts.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me is what EDGM, the team that lost to Dragon Ranger, is saying about Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? They're saying that their drafts for the first half of the banning and pickings are usually kind of slow. They prefer to play a slow kind of game style. They prefer going for the poke kind of game style as well. And this is very similar about what Zhuangxi said about Weibo Gaming as well. So they both like similar types of play styles in the early banning and picking stage. So when it falls to the later stage, they get a bit more brawly, but definitely you're gonna see something more slower at the start.
Yeah, I think this has to do with the fatigue levels, right? As you go into a best of 7, there are many things to consider, not just about the game itself. It also matters about the players, right? Because you will get tired. In a match that requires a lot of mental focus, that mental strain might lead teams to make certain decisions that might not be to their favor at certain points of the match. So playing that long game at the start, kind of draining the player's mental capacity, draining their physical capacity as well, I think is something that is going to be very critical in this series itself. So as the games go on longer, in that last few battles between this best of 7, then maybe you see, okay, that brawly assassin style, fast game pace might be something that could crush your opponents.
Yeah, the change in tempo is very much preferred with these two teams. They are actually setting a bait and trap with their banning and drafting as well, changing the momentum of the game. Going from a slow game style to a fast game style is known across all MOBAs, right? And this is something that they actually make use of very well here in KPL. And something that you highlighted that I really want to talk about is the player's mentality, the player's level of confidence in going into the game. Something with the interview that resonated from what Moonlan said during the Dragon Ranger Gaming interview yesterday is that they are a very calm team. They like to keep confident at all times, and they're not really scared of the big stage.
Yeah, especially when two teams of similar power levels are coming together, it then comes down into situations where maybe, you know what, luck does play a part, but luck can be created, right? You can tire players out, you can create situations where maybe there is favor, there is momentum swinging over to your side, and maybe at those critical moments, that's where you really get to put a deep gash into the chest of your opponents.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of damage to be done today because it is a game of mental warfare after all. And of course, when we talk about these two teams as well, they are known for bringing us the distance, right? One of the teams that actually had the ultimate battle was also Weibo Gaming in the upper brackets where they went up against Wolves Esports. Though they have been here before, they are used to running marathons. And meanwhile for DRG, they started at the lower brackets, so they all the way had the 100% win rate, and they're still in the lower brackets, but now it's grand final, so they haven't dropped the series.
Yep, and you know what? It's quite apt because in KPL, I want to talk about the art of war here. Sometimes you lose the battle to win the war, right? And I'm just very curious who's going to play this strategy here. Maybe giving a couple of games where they might not have the strongest strats, strongest compositions, but maybe pull the players down, make them tired, make them feel about, hey, maybe there are limited options, right? We have big counters coming in, we have individual counters like the Guan Yu Haiye matchup. We have seen teams like DRG actually use the Haiye pretty well, capturing and kidnapping the important members on their opponent's side and making life so difficult. You don't give an easy battle, and we don't expect free wins here on the side of KPL.
Yeah, and one of the key highlights that I want to talk about is the matchups, right? The matchups between Zimo today and together with Huayan in the Clash lane. This is going to be a very pivotal matchup, especially because they are the main frontliners in trying to enable their jungler being DRG 1-1. And of course, Ling Heng, which is also known as Wanyang on Beijing Weibo. And Wanyang he's been here, I mean, as a veteran as well. So Mulan, a veteran in the farm lane for DRG, they gotta look out for them.
Yep, so both teams actually have this experience, but also tenacity within their lineup, right? So it's so curious how this game is going to go. First one that takes the first win of the series normally has this boost of confidence, and we'll see how does this translate into the later parts of the series, because I think it's very important to have a plan, because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, essentially, in this league.
And we are learning many lessons in this league, right? Especially with life as well, patience being one of them, patience being a virtue. And definitely with yesterday, we saw that DRG were a very patient team. And Weibo Gaming, I would say that they are also a patient team as well. So this is patience versus patience. They are both waiting for the correct time to strike, the correct setup as well. And yesterday, we saw that DRG make use of those timings very well.
Yep, and also based on the gameplay for Weibo Gaming, we have seen that they're very aggressive. But DRG also well versed in this art of redirecting the aggression, right? We have seen teams like Rogue Warriors yesterday, they were very aggressive. Fly was trying to set up situations for the team, but DRG, they know how to compose themselves in those critical and stressful moments, right? And suddenly that aggression becomes a window of opportunity for the side of DRG. I'm worried if Weibo is going to do the same.
Yeah, and Weibo, I mean, they flew close to the sun. They've experienced the strategies of AG themselves, right? All gamers, the ones sitting at the top waiting for them. And for those of you who don't know what's going on today is the losers bracket.
欢迎来到2025年王者荣耀职业联赛春季赛季后赛。下面有请本场比赛登场的第一支队伍——北京微博。对抗路子墨，打野暖阳，中路听乐，发育路小麦，游走梦溪。
一乐昂一个大招，但是龙基被暖阳给抓掉。
龙往那飞，落地直接找一诺。往旁边走，找到了，跟一跑了，配合队友。
北京微博。北京微博。
Yeah, this is a team that needs to be carefully played with, right? You don't just rush into a battle against Weibo Gaming. Tingyue, I mean, hearing the names of the players, you're reminded of how strategic, how clean they are in their performances as well. So I'm curious to see their opponents, Dragon Ranger Gaming, how are they going to do in this series?
接下来，让我们有请本场比赛登场的第2支队伍——佛山第2季。 对抗路，花园打野婉婉，中路早点，发育路梦兰，有早四宝。
然后中路的位置早点闪现被逼了出来，然后无双直从后面想要切进去，差一刀早点。
激流勇剑，激流勇剑。
Dragon Ranger Gaming approaching the stands themselves, and if you take a look at their faces, right, they are very confident, but some of them here are here for the first time, especially the man on the Clash lane, Hua Yan, and of course being led by the veteran of Mulan on the farm lane as well. They look so happy to be here, and they have that team unity bring them through.
双方战队集结完毕，精彩对决即将开始。
Big moment for both teams. This is so important, right? Now looking at the players itself, suddenly it kind of hits you like how stressful this situation is because they are really the best out of the best, right? They have made it all the way here to the semi-finals through the lower brackets, and it's one important shot against AG, but they have to make sure they get rid of the competition first.
Yeah, there are a lot of stakes at the line, of course, not including the prize pool, which is in the millions as well. These teams are in the top 3. So whoever wins here gets a shot at KWC playoffs. And of course, AG, they seem very favored, but they have suffered a bit of loss against Weibo Gaming. And DRG are looking very strong and poised to try and take down that storyline.
Yeah, it's so important, right? And the fact that you have new players that don't perform like new players, they perform like veteran players all of a sudden, you know, there is a little bit of fluctuation, volatility in the performances. But we're not talking about bad volatility. We're talking about super expensive plays, super crisp and clutch moments coming out from both teams. These are the potentials that both teams can achieve.
And yeah, then we have Weibo Gaming's players. I mean, the first one already, the Clash laner that we talk about some more. But over here, we have Ling Heng, also known as Nuanyang in the Chinese IGN. He will be the jungler for the side of Weibo Gaming. And now we have the mid laner, also known as Ting Yue, who goes by Ting Yue as well, but he deals the damage, he lays down the backline jurisdiction. And of course, we have more players of Weibo Gaming, who namely is Xiao Mai, also known as Max on the English IGN. He performed extremely well against AG, especially on farm lane heroes, especially on the Lung. You need to watch out for that. And finally, we have Meng Si, which is also known as Meng Si, as the roamer. He has all of Weibo Gaming's backs, and you will see him on the Zhenren, who will be able to revive his teammates.
Yep, so let's get the reintroduction for the side of DRG as well. We have our first player, Hua Yan, also known as Hua Yuan, in the Chinese server for KPL. He's going to be responsible for those big plays, supported by his jungler as well. He is a familiar name, Wan Wan here, coming in clutch for many times on this side of DRG. Can he do it again today? To aid in that cause, we also have our mid laner, one of the strongest performers so far, Zhao Dian, also known as Dian so far. He has been really killing it in this mid lane. The rotations have been working out for the side of DRG. But the man, the myth, the legend, Meng Lan here coming in, also known as Moon Lan, going to be responsible for dealing majority of the damage coming out from Dragon Ranger Gaming. He's going to be helped by none other than Shi Bao, also known as Shi Bao here in the English broadcast. He has been really clutch in making the saves for the team, creating those situations that DRG can benefit from. So in the Battle of Champions, we are in the lower bracket. Who of these two teams will be able to edge it out?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very crazy of a battlefield here. Both teams are trying to get in the zone. There's a lot of stress, a lot of people watching at the live venue. But something that you said really struck me, right? The damage dealer of DRG. And who has done the most damage is actually Dien in the entire league so far. This is the mage laner that has done the most damage and the most team effective damage as well. His stat lines are crazy. And this man Hua Yan here, it's his debut. I don't know, understand how it's his debut, man.
Yeah, he's too good, right? At this point, look, if you're looking to learn those tips and tricks in the Clash lane, rotations, decision making, he's definitely one to watch out for. Tsumo is another one, his counterpart in the Clash lane. And at this point, look, there is so much pressure, and this one will sting for either team because you are so close. You are literally one step away from grand finals.
Yeah, and Wan Yang, one of the members of Weibo Gaming to look out for, the veterans. He has been here since 2018, a staple of Weibo Gaming, the jungler that is him. And he was the one responsible for responding against all gamers as well. So many of his signature picks might be drafted out by Dragon Ranger Gaming. But of course, these teams have done their homework. They were watching DRG play yesterday against Rogue Warriors to get their 4-0 win.
Yeah, I'm so curious, both teams, what do they want to start with, right? Do we go and get the prior for the jungle? Do we go for the Clash lane instead? So far, these are the two picks that have been pretty prominent in the KPL, right? They will start the draft, they'll try to have the trickle-down effect from that first pick on the jungle or the Clash.
Yeah, so far, I mean, both in terms of drafting and banning patterns, they like to go for something slow first. And of course, it has been a regular staple throughout the league where they open up with a very flexible pick, something like a Dolly or something that can be paired with a very nice combo as well. Maybe opening with something like a Liang could kind of symbolize that they want to go for something less aggressive. And of course, both teams, they are not known to show their hand very early, especially in the first half of the draft.
Yeah, from the bans itself, you can definitely see where it goes, right? I think if we take a look at the Liang ban coming in, you expect them to be playing that assassin jungler. If they ban out the Guan Yu, you can definitely be sure that they want to try and put their hands on the Luban and Luban number 7, right? But look, KPL, this is the pinnacle of HOK, Honor of Kings Esports. You know they know what cards to play, when to play it. So I want to see what kind of tone both teams are going to set in this game number 1, because generally, if you give too much room, these teams will run away with the lead.
Yeah, and both teams, when you talk about pedigree, they were there at the top. They were once reigning champions of that KPL. DRG always in contention. And of course, Weibo Gaming, they won the Honor of Kings World Champion Cup in 2020 as well. So definitely they have the things that is needed to win this competition here.
Yep, it's been close to at least 6 months where AG were crowned champions from last year. And look, both teams, one has tasted the joys of being the king, right? The other, close in contention, not yet there. It matters to both of them. So right now, they want to fight for that chance, but they need to perform to their best in this best of 7.
Yeah, definitely. They do need to perform very well today. I mean, both teams are always there when you mention about the top teams as well. DRG, recently, of course, they have shifted a lot of their members. So they have been trying to find the synergies, and being placed in the lower brackets, I feel that it helps them a lot, right, in trying to grow, because these players are playing for tournament life, and they've been playing for tournament life since the start of playoffs.
Yeah, there's always a pro and con, right? You get more games in, you get that familiarity with the heroes as well. You get to practice your combinations. But talking about combinations, let's see, both teams actually similar in win rates, over 60+% down here on their respective sides. Weibo Gaming will start off the bench with the Guan Yu.
Yeah, and of course, this might hint towards a Lu Ban Da Shi ban on the side of Dragon Ranger as well, because generally a Guan Yu ban means that you want to pick up that combo. You want to pick up that Lu Ban Da Shi and Lu Ban number 7, and of course it's banned out, but Dolia being banned out by Weibo Gaming, a very good flexible pick, especially paired with great ultimate heroes such as the Yu Huan and the Elaine.
Yeah, so maybe they want to try for that first Steven Jie pick, or maybe the RD coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? Now that there is a lesser threat of the lane being picked up, they will go for the Shen Mengxin first on the side of Weibo Gaming. A lot of consistent damage coming out from this little cat boom, so let's see what this Dragon Ranger want to respond with.
And yeah, don't worry, we're not calling her Cat Boom because she has throwing, exploding magical devices and she's a cat. No. Her actual English IGN is Cat Boom. And of course, she deals a lot of magic damage from a very far range. And of course, Dragon Ranger, they can open up with something very aggressive here, especially against the Cat Boom. And they go for the aggressiveness. They pick the Pei and the Zhang Fei as well. So with the Leaping Savior, Unbridled Outburst as well, there's a lot of reposition available, a lot of tank ability available, and that early gaming scaling coming from Pei.
Yeah, maybe they want to deny the Byron pick, right? It is one of the signature combinations that are offered from the side of KPL. If they don't want to, maybe they can try for the Charlotte as well, but they will go with another huge burst potential. This is one combination that very few people will miss. It is Lady Sun and the Ming. Very hard to break through.
Yeah, and of course, they have to play together. So for Dragon Ranger, they don't really have the tools to split them up. When you think about Zhang Fei and Pei, they just deal frontal damage. Unbridled Outburst, yes, but you have to be in perfect position. And now they pick up the Sun Ce, going for a bit more of a disruption gameplay, right? You have to split these two up.
Yeah, the other option they can also explore is also, besides splitting them up, why not just kill both of them together, right? This is one of the reasons why they ban out the whole E. The stun setups control is very damaging against this combination of Lady Sun and Ming. You need to be able to use your skills to make this combination as vital as possible. So huge burst, huge control taken out, no Mai, no whole E, and Dragon Ranger, they know what's the win con for this. They need a big tank. That's what the Kaiser and Elaine, they're all out.
Yeah, and something that you want to really highlight when you talk about the Ming is the BOGO, the buy one, get one, where you're essentially always with your farm laner, especially in the mid to late stages of the game. So you want to prevent these forms of AoE damage or poke damage. That's why they ban out the Yingzhen as well, because there's a lot of poke damage coming out from Dragon Ranger if it's given to them. So now, do they go for a more reserved pick? Actually, no, they actually go for a Garo here.
Yeah, look, the mid lane is also something that I'm really curious about on the side of Dragon Ranger, because the range, the reach on the side of Weibo Gaming on this Cat Boom is actually quite far, which is one of the reasons why they picked up this Garo on Mulan as well. He should be able to touch this mid lane Ting Yue on this Cat Boom if the position is right. This is also complemented by the setup available by Hua Yan on this Sun Ce, and as well as the Unbridled Outburst by Sifa.
And Weibo Gaming, they have to go for a defensive jungler here, right? Going offensive here will be too greedy because the rest of the team is very squishy. And there we go, they pick up the Zubajie, very defensive. You can set up the wall, also known as the Ata in the global HOK.
Yeah, so the wall here, or as you guys will recognize as the ghost ship coming out from Weibo Gaming, this is a very nice lineup, and I like the counterplay availability on Zimo with the Dharma as well. So you could, if you survive the initial aggression by Dragon Ranger, they can definitely turn it around with the Truth Mantra coming out from Zimo, and also hold them in place, because Ling Hen should be able to get those ghost ship on point.
Interesting pick coming out from Dragon Ranger, trying to disrupt the entire process, right? We said that they have to go for the disrupt, and Hai Yue is the greatest form of disrupt because it takes you out into another dimension. You aren't even in the gorge anymore. You are in her world. And this is something that you can do to disrupt the team fight even further. So Dragon Ranger, they have to fully go for the disrupt, and there's a lot of commitment, I feel, coming out from Dragon Ranger. When someone jumps, they have to jump. They don't have the ability to poke and prod as they please.
Yeah, Dian down here has so many options to pick, right? He can actually go for the Mirage onto Mengxi, he can try onto Ling Hen, he can try onto Zimo. A lot of these catches are going to be very vital. But at the same time, look, this is a very smart pick, because some people argue, hey, you let them get the Guan Yu in the later parts of the match. But no, that's not really true, because look, Dragon Ranger, they still have options like the Charlotte, they still have the options like the Byron. People who can control the Guan Yu pretty well. They don't need to be too worried about having to use this higher pick because it's quite detrimental to the Weibo gaming side.
Yeah, and what Weibo Gaming did well against Dragon Ranger when facing off them against the second time is that they identified that Dian is one of the key players of Dragon Ranger as well, right? One of the crazy stat lines that we see is Dian is really a silent assassin. He's always will be at the back trying to deal as much damage as possible. But this time, he is on the high rear. You do have some form of range, but you will definitely be exposed when you want to perform that ultimate because you have to perform that ultimate link for 1.5 seconds before you can drag that person into another dimension.
Yep, I think Weibo Gaming might put a lot of pressure onto Moonlan. I like the Garo pick, but she's super late game, right? She needs a lot of items. She's a very expensive pick. So at this point, Weibo Gaming, I think, besides invading the jungle on the side of DRG, they will do well for themselves to get a kill onto Moonlan. So Moonlan needs a lot of protection in the early parts of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Mulan, he does need the item, but if you take a look at Weibo Gaming lineup, right, I feel that invasion might not be the best solution here. I mean, you do have a Ming and a Zuba Jie. You can try and invade as much as possible, but the early game damage coming out from the mid trio, which is Wan Wan, Dian, and Sibao, is no joke as well. So definitely with a pay, you expect that early game scaling damage. I feel that they have the ability in Dragon Ranger Gaming to defend that invasion if it actually comes.
Definitely, I agree as well. Weibo Gaming, this is actually quite a difficult situation in the early parts of the game, so they need a lot of consistent vision. Vision game is so important in the initial stages of the laning phase for Weibo Gaming. They need to know where they can invade, when they can invade safely, so they don't get punished by Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, and both teams have accolades with invasions as well. One of the stat lines that we talk about when it comes to Weibo Gaming and Dragon Ranger is that they are known for having that invasion stat line. Weibo Gaming being number 2nd in that league for that team invasion as well. You will see Lin Heng trying very early to invade, trying to poke and prod the enemy jungle because they just have more mobility, right? Weibo Gaming, if you think about it, they have a lot of reposition capability. For Dragon Ranger, only Pei and actually Zhang Fei are the ones that can move around more fluidly in the map.
Yep, I need to add on as well, Hua Yan does have the ability to be a little bit more mobile, but it's not a skill you want to use defensively, right? So at this point, look, Weibo Gaming, I think it's good. They should go for the invade because it opens up the doors for 2 potential situations. Number 1, if you successfully get the steal, you kind of dilute the farm on this Pei, but also you can get some kills, and that if you are able to funnel those kills onto the Lady Sun, then I think on the side of Weibo Gaming, that is a situation that's going to be very beautiful for them because Mulan takes very long to come online.
Yeah, and that is the perfect situation, right? You're waiting for that 12-minute mark, you're waiting for that power spike, and you need to buy that early game well, especially now that you picked up the Lao Hu for yourself, also known as the Pei. And of course, I feel that having the Pei, it's a benefit in terms of aggression and in terms of defense as well, right? Sometimes damage is the best form of defense, and we saw that out of Wan Wan yesterday already.
Yeah, definitely. I think I want to see how Wan Wan rotates in his jungle and whether they will put Pryor on that top lane clash jungle buffs, right? The River Sprite, the Space Sprite, all these are important markers. Those slight increments in level, in advantage, will make the difference because it also allows you to reach that core item probably about 30 seconds to a minute earlier than your counterparts, and that's going to make a big difference in the early skirmishes, especially for that 4-minute Tyrant.
Yes, and something to take note of very early game is the lane placements of the farm laners as well, right? You see in KPL a lot of times where you try and find a favorable lineup for yourself. This is especially more so important for the Garo because she does not have any form of early mobility. And of course, you do have that flash, but you don't actually want to waste it just to try and survive in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game. So lane placement wise, that clash lane might actually be a viable lane for Garo to go to.
Yeah, I think there's 2 options they can kind of explore at this point, right? If Weibo Gaming feel that, look, DRG, they're gonna play stock standard, maybe send the Garo down into the farm lane, then definitely the Lady Sun and Ming will kind of crush her in the lane, right? Push her out of the lane, get that Firehawk for themselves, rotate into mid, fit themselves with that middle wave, and then try to get that advantage into a situation where they try for a gank and hopefully get the kill.
Yeah, and hopefully we can only hope, right? And if you take a look at the crowd right here, everybody's so excited towards the start of the losers bracket finals. Today, of course, it will be a best of 7 as long as it is in KPL fashion. And global bans definitely meaning that whatever they pick now will not be able to use for the next few halves of the game already.
Yeah, I mean, the only option available is for that ultimate battle, right? But it has to be a 3-3 scoreline. Both teams are not looking for that result, right? They want to crush the competition and get some time to prepare for the 10th of May, because that is when the grand finals are going to be held. And, you know, at this point, going up against a monster such as All Gamers, AG, they need to be in their best form, best shape, but they also don't want to reveal too much in today's games.
Yeah, and now that we have some downtime, I think they are having a bit of a technical issues with their mic. I'm kind of thinking, right? Who do I favor that to win this series? Whether it is DRG or Weibo Gaming, I feel that DRG are gonna give us the best storyline if they make it into grand finals, because definitely for them, it is a Cinderella story. They started out as the bottom of Group S. They were the 5th team to qualify from Group S, which means they started out in the losers bracket, and they had to fight losers bracket all the way towards here. Meanwhile, for Weibo Gaming, they started out in the winners bracket. They had a shot against AG, and I feel that, yeah, you did have a shot, you can have a second chance, but I really like the DRG storyline here. Now we see, I mean, players are still relaxing and yeah, just chilling. AG, I feel that at the top, they're gonna have a great time, but of course, I think right now we have a technical issue, so we will be talking to you guys for a little while. And Kin, I really want to hear your opinion on this, right? DRG versus Weibo Gaming today. Who do you favor going into the grand finals?
I kind of favor Weibo Gaming a little bit more. I think their aggressive play style definitely does them wonders in the early starts of the game. But then once again, you kind of have to consider that DRG, they are a team that likes to end games fast, and they kind of pick up on those little gaps, lapses of concentration in their opponents. So while I kind of favor or maybe have a little bit of inkling that maybe Weibo Gaming will have an advantage in the series, I think DRG is not to be discounted for sure.
Boring. Favoring Weibo Gaming. I know. They were there. They were always in contention for the top few, right? And DRG, they have always been a name that has been there, but I really like the Cinderella story that is unfolding here. Because if they actually make it past Weibo Gaming, and if we see a DRG versus AG, this is going to be a grand achievement, especially for players such as Hua Yan, who is here on his first KPL. I mean, what's a better Cinderella story than that?
Well, you need a bit of friction to get the heat, right? So I have to stand on the part where I provide a little bit of friction, right? There is resistance, that's where you get the value and the absolute satisfaction of a win as well. So of course, with that being said, like, I don't really like to pick sides, right? I like a good story. So regardless of who wins in this series itself, I think it's going to be an achievement. But of course, like you said, Cinderella story, definitely more in the sides of DRG. That is a beautiful situation, but they have to make that happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is not going to be an easy battle. Weibo Gaming, they have prepared before, and of course, if we're taking a look at previous stat lines, they're still tied 1-1. But the game advantage still goes towards Weibo Gaming, right? Because they actually took them in the Group S regular season, and they took them 3-0.
Yeah, but this is a situation where, look, I think it's fairly normal to lose in specific games in KPL, right? Because all the teams in KPL, they're so well matched, they have done their homework, they have so many good players. There's too many good players to run around. So at this point, I think it really is the most minute of situations where maybe that day they're just feeling a little off, or maybe they lose buffs they shouldn't have, or take a bad team fight in one position. That's the seriousness and the difficulty of KPL, right? Every mistake is exposed and make into a big moment for the opponent team.
Yeah, and these players in this league, as we can see from yesterday, they will take the most minor of mistakes and they will punish you for it. So this is what you are going to see out of KPL. A minor lapse in concentration, especially during a pivotal point in the game. Let's say you're trying to take a Tyrant. Let's say you're going to try to take an Overlord. A slight misposition can actually cost a downfall for your entire team. And we say that Hua Yan, he has been hitting recently, right? He has been hitting recently, but we have to take note that he is still a rookie coming into this competition. He is still somewhat of a newbie status when it comes to KPL.
Yep. Look, this game is a bit of a timer for the side of DRG, right? This pay combination needs to start hitting from the first minute to the fourth minute. If they can't get that advantage, then in the late game, it's pretty hard to kill an Ata, right? Or Zubache in this case. So at this point, if Weibo can hold the game for long enough, or even just ramp up that farm going into their Lady Sun, then it might be a very difficult position for DRG to play out of.
Okay, I mean, I like your objective thinking regarding this. There's another question I have for you, but let me speak my own opinion on this as well, right? I want to ask you, right, who is the prime target for Hai Yue, especially for Dragon Ranger, right? Looking at the other side, of course, they do have the Zubajie, aka the Ata, and also the Shen Mengqi, the Cat Boom as well, and the Ming and Lady Sun combo. So definitely there's a few prime targets there, but what do you think number one will be?
I actually think Mengqi is the prior target here, right? A lot of people, they make this judgment where, look, Lady Sun is the one dealing the damage and we should go for her first. But if you throw all of your cards onto her, the heals coming out from this Mengqi Ming is just going to make the difference. So I would rather you take away the healing factor, get rid of that. Look, they have a pay. They have so much damage on the side of DRG. They have Mulan on this Garo as well. When she hits those itemizations, especially when she has a Daybreaker, this Lady Sun is not going to matter much, right? It's really about who gets to throw that first punch. And you know for sure, Mulan on the Garo, she has a range. She's going to be able to shoot those arrows first.
Yeah, very different from what I was thinking, right? For me, I would go for the Ata, which is the Zubajie, and you generally take out the only frontliner for the team for 7 seconds in that dimension, and then suddenly their entire team looks super squishy, which kind of makes sense to your argument as well, because there's a lot of damage coming out from Dragon Ranger. You take away their only frontliner, the damage comes through very easily, and then you're just fighting 5v1 with just a pig standing in the battlefield. And that's what I feel could be going on in the heads of DN as well. But DN, he's known as a very, very safe player, right? He's known as never dying, always dealing damage. So yeah, that's why I feel that he will always take the Zubajie instead of trying to enter the back lines.
Yeah, but we can discuss so much, but it also comes down to how the players play, right? I think end of the day, the situation presented, definitely, yes, there is a higher potential for the jungler on the side of Weibo Gaming to be caught in that stance, because he needs to be frontlining. He will be in front, he's easier to catch, right? Mengqi will definitely be on the back lines or wherever this Lady Sun is going to be. So it's a little bit more difficult to catch the Ming out, but I think it's much more effective to catch the Ming. The results will be much more devastating against Weibo if that happens, because there's no more heals.
And for those of you that are unaware, we are having a tech pause right now for Weibo Gaming versus DRG. This will be a best of 7, and of course there are a lot of stakes here. This is the losers bracket finals, so definitely whoever wins this today is going to go ahead and fight with all gamers who's waiting there at the top. So right now, already top 3 secured, right? Your prediction is Weibo Gaming, they're definitely gonna get the second. And if Weibo Gaming do get the second, do you think that, second time going up against AG, they might stand a better chance?
I think they will be able to put up a good fight, but I think AG at this point, based on their gameplay, they're just too scary, right? They are so well equipped to be able to make decisions, and look, they are one of the fastest reacting teams in the entire KPL. Every time something happens, like in their game against Weibo, every move that Weibo made, AG immediately responded. It wasn't even like a 5-second delay, 10-second delay. It was instant, right? The moment someone on the side of the team of Weibo Gaming went for a gank on the bottom side of the map, AG made a play on the top. And they don't do one singular instance of work. They get the kills, and immediately at the same time, someone is working on stealing the buffs away from the jungle, right? So they're always multifaceted. There's always multiple solutions, and those are where those little edges of advantage come from. And AG very well versed in making sure that the advantage is gotten, but also kept in their side of the court.
Yeah, definitely. AG, they have done a very great job of making sure that they stay at the top. But meanwhile, for DRG, they have also done a great job of sending a few of their favorite teams home as well. So meanwhile, on the other side, right, let's talk about the other perspective, which are the Dragon Rangers, right? Oh, Dragon Ranger Gaming. I'm so excited when every time I hear them, because I love their interviews. I love their energy. Their motto is just to take things slow, just to take things one step at a time. Don't think about the next game. Think about this game first. And you can see from their playstyle, right? They're taking every single game very meticulously. I want to talk about the exponential growth of Hua Yan. That man in that Clash lane. He has a very crazy season so far, but they have a veteran, Mulan, and I feel that people have been respecting Mulan lately. But what do you feel about Hua Yan's growth?
I think he has been growing really steadily, right? As a first-timer coming into KPL, I think there are a lot of pressures that people don't necessarily know about. Having to work together with teammates of different statuses, different experiences and different viewpoints for sure. I think this is one of the difficulties of being in an esports team. But specifically for this game, I'm just curious how he's going to be handling Zimo on this Dharma, right? Dharma, we've seen Zimo play. I think he's very adept at making situations open up for Weibo Gaming. And looking at how Hua Yan plays, I'm just curious whether you think he's going to be able to oust him at least in that 1v1.
Yeah, and Sun Ce is a very mobile hero as well, but then of course it lacks in that 1v1 department where your kit is much more suited for disrupting team fights or joining a team fights for distance, right? That set sail is not meant for 1v1s, obviously, but of course you can use it situationally to reposition in a team fight as well, right? You can force out a pseudo 1v1 with the Dharma to force out some form of utility, then reposition with the set sail as well. So Hua Yan, he's known as a player that has that foresight. He's known as a player who also sometimes makes the mistake of setting sail too far into enemy base. So which form of Hua Yan will we see today?
Yeah, at the same time, I want to highlight Hua Yan. I think he has been doing a very good job of giving vision to the team, that's number one. But he has always consistently, like you said, disrupted the opponent teams. That's something that I found really impressive yesterday, because he was making life so hard for Rogue Warriors, especially, look, put yourself in a situation where you're going up against 1v1 against what you claim as your idol in KPL, and you are supposed to keep tabs on him, and he kept fly on the ropes the entire game. So can he do it against Zimo today? That, like you said, that's a big question.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of things to prove right here, whether or not it was that idol syndrome where, yeah, I'm going up against my idol, I need to be better than you, so I gotta bring my A game, or can he stay consistent, right? Consistency has been the question for a lot of these KPL teams, and most of the time they are pulling through, especially right now in the best of 7 stage, where there is a lot of stamina needed for these competitions, and of course one game at a time. But still, these heroes being taken out of the pool, Dharma and Zubajie, I feel that it is still a very strong combo in terms of having that ability to reposition and of course pushing the people back into the lane. But how about Ming and Lady Sun as well? Do you think they're gonna fare very well? Because the stat line is 100% win, right?
Yeah. It is 100% for a good reason as well. It's really because of the repositioning, right? And the inability to reach the Lady Sun, right? I think Max has been someone that is okay. I wouldn't say he's the best based on the performance against AG. There were a couple of situations where he kind of found himself in a very awkward position because he stepped a bit too far forward, right? So if Max is able to kind of play a bit more with more restraint today, understand that sometimes it's not that good to step that little bit far forward, then this could be a very easy and straightforward game for the side of Max and Mengxi as well, right? I want to head back into this conversation about the mid lane. I think this mid lane Haiyue against Catboom is also going to be very monumental, right? It's so vital because they are actually both going for very different objectives. As we know, Haiyue is the one with the best catch in the game. If she gets her ultimate on you, you're essentially out for 7 seconds. 7 seconds in Honor of Kings is a very long time.
Yeah, 7 seconds is a very long time, and of course we know Dian as the man who deals the most damage in the league as well, especially on that mage laner role. But of course, Tingyue on the other hand, on Catboom, he performs stellarly versus all gamers as well, right? You know that he took an MVP during one of the series, and of course he is going to be playing on a longer range hero when you compare it in terms of just spacing alone. Haiyue just needs a closer form of battle to be having any form of efficiency. So will that be a factor?
I think it might be because, like we said, one of the things that we are going to be looking out very heavily for the side of Weibo Gaming is the fact that vision is so critical, right? You need to be able to provide Max with some safety in terms of like space. At the same time, when you give enough vision, which I hope Mengxi as well as Zimo will be able to do on the Dharma and the Ming respectively, is that you can open up situations where the Catboom is going to be able to throw a couple of bombs down and maybe have a situation where the fights start with DRG not having the best of health.
Yeah, DRG is not going to have a good time, especially in terms of poke battle, I feel. It's like, we were talking about the late game stage, right? Late game stage, sure, they have no problem. They have a Garo, they have a lot of late game damage coming out from the Sun Ce as well as a Zhang Fei with the Leaping Savior and the Disrupt with the Unbridled Outburst. But definitely in the form of early game poke, right? Dragon Ranger, I feel that they lack some damage, and a lot of it is on the back of 1-1. But I feel that we have been in this situation before, where 1-1 was the only pay and the only early game to late game scaling character, right? There's no early game damage, only a pay. And he has proven time and time again that, yeah, I can make it work. I can play a defensive pay. I cannot be so aggressive, and somehow it still scales very well into the late game because he's finding the catches. He's blowing up people that matter, but I have to highlight those were off the mistakes of his enemies, right? If let's say if this game is 50-50 and it reaches that 15-minute mark, will that pay be good enough to deal with that Zubajie in terms of just utility alone?
It's going to be very difficult. I don't think he will be going for his counterpart Linghen on this Zubajie. I think the prior target he's going for is to get rid of Catboom. You don't want those sustained damage over time, right? Long fights actually benefit Weibo Gaming quite a bit. But we have talked a lot. It is time to head back into the series game number 1 as the coaches shake each other's hands. Who's going to step forward in this game number 1? It is important that you get that confidence boost.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, we already know the lineups and we have talked about them a great deal, but now we can see the spells that they are using. And if you take a look at Zhang Fei, he is going for the stun, not the smite this time. And of course, triple flashes. And on the other hand, we have flashes all across the board bordering the Ming.
Yeah, the stun is going to be very important, right? I think it can be used in a couple of situations where, example, the Ming wants to use his ultimate longevity to get the save, get stunned up, cannot use a skill, and suddenly your Lady Sun dies. It could also be used as a disruption to the Dharma, where he spots out Zimo, he gets the Leaping Savior in first, stuns him, and suddenly that golden truth mantra is not going to be available.
And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. We are here at the loser bracket finals with Weibo Gaming and Dragon Ranger Gaming going up against each other in the first series.
Yeah, so straight away, I think both teams understand. Let's play this stock standard, right? Weibo Gaming wants to put that advantage against DRG in the farm lane, but mid lane is the lane that DRG wants to focus on.
Yeah, Yeah, mid lane is going to be a highly prioritized lane, and it feels like Dragon Ranger, they didn't really go for much lane adjustments. They set the Garo, they set Mulan on that farm lane to kind of just buy throughout the early game, right? Just survive, don't die as much as possible, because for Weibo Gaming, the Ming and the Lady Sun, yes, you have a lot of damage, but you don't have control for the Garo just yet.
They need to make sure they get this, but it's stolen straight away. Oh, it goes into the hands of Mengxi, which is not that bad, but DRG, this is important farm that they're missing out on.
Yeah, DRG getting the camp stolen this early already, right? You can see the lack of early game damage coming out. And there is a form of save, right? Sibao, he does have that leaping savior, but it's just defensive. There is no offense back into the Dragon Ranger camp. And Weibo Gaming, they're fully going to utilize that.
Yeah, this game is going to be very difficult for Mulan in the first few minutes, especially up until the point where they get the farm. But take a look at this. Lady Sun, 6 matches, 5 wins. This is an average of 853 gold per minute for max on this Lady Sun. So number 1 in the league so far. I think this is a tough situation for Mulan to play out of.
Yeah, and in that average 10-minute net worth stat, we see Eno coming out as number 1. Max is actually at number 2. So he is one of the farm layers to watch out for in terms of racking up the gold as well.
Yeah. And Weibo Gaming, they're successful in stifling the growth of Dragon Ranger, right? Right now, all the members will start to hit level 4. This is where the big game-changing ultimates will come through. So, true mantra for Zimo, definitely if Dragon Ranger not careful, this could really hurt them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of lane priority going on in that mid lane, especially just utilizing the fact that they don't have very good lane clear in that mid lane, knowing that the Zhangfei will be at the bottom lane trying to protect Mulan. So this means that Weibo Gaming, they can apply a lot of mid pressure, and this makes the access to actually go to the top and bottom lane a lot easier. So Dragon Ranger, they have to be worried about ganks at all times.
Yeah, look, at the same time, Zimo and Hua Yan, they're matching up well against each other. So even though Hua Yan gets a little lead from those river sprites, it's immediately countered by Zimo, getting help from Mengxi to secure that space sprite as well. So both teams, they're understanding about where the gaps are, and they're looking for other options around the map to make sure they're able to even the odds.
Yeah, I really like the use of resources coming out from Dragon Ranger. They're recovering very well, responding to the opponent's movements, and the use of vision as well, right? Knowing where the opponents is a very key factor. They always use the principle of elimination. If they are here, they cannot be here, and Dragon Ranger have used that very well.
This is a difficult situation here. Actually, if Yan gets the lock, it could be first blood on the Zimo.
Yeah, there is a potential there, but Zimo, he will not be actually entertaining this any longer, as he does have Lin Heng taking up his back as well. So now with Dragon Ranger, just trying to rack up the farm, trying to keep this early game safe, right? The thing that we need to look at is going to be the 4-minute mark. That first objective. That first objective tick, of course, is going to be harder for Dragon Ranger, but now that they have the Unbridled Outburst, they can actually use it to kind of disrupt and start the fight.
Yep, DRG needs to clear this way fast, get into position for that first Tyrant, and you can see, right, vision, very important for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and already we do see that the Tyrant has been spawned on the map, and Sonta is giving the position that he wants to come to the mid lane. He does have that set sail available. That's something that we need to look out for. But already Weibo Gaming, they're not in a position to take this, and 1-1 will easily get it.
Yeah, the silent arrow coming in from Mulan was pretty critical in that fight. It kind of pushed Weibo Gaming back a little bit. So just a slight position, you know, that will push behind didn't allow for that potential smite steal. So 1-1, I think, did really good. Good combination with Mulan.
Yeah, and both teams are known for feeling the enemy team out. They are known to play this slow kind of style. You might not see a lot of action in the start, but they are looking forward to take away the enemy resources, and these objectives will be the battlegrounds for both of these teams.
Max is in danger. They're looking for the kill here. They need to be really careful. Unbridled Outburst.
Unbridled Outburst not exactly finding its mark here, and Mengxi, he is being taken into the realm of Dian. He might potentially die here, as he does give up the first blood, and potentially this turret will go the way of Dragon Ranger as well. But in this mid lane here, you see Lin Heng, he actually managed to find a pick onto Hua Yan with that wall, and Hua Yan is stuck in no man's land.
Yep, they didn't manage to funnel that kill into Ling Hen's hands, as you mentioned, the hands of Ting Yue. But nonetheless, it's a big benefit, right? So having a strong mid laner, the artillery bombs coming in from the side of Ting Yue will be very valuable in the team fights. And right away, Weibo responding in kind. So even though they took that T1, they're making life difficult. Another catch.
And Zhu Bajie, he is forming the walls extremely well. Ling Heng, he is using his tank ability to a great degree, but he has to worry about the set sail that's coming out of Hua Yan, which might be crashing in really soon. They don't see him, but they suspect that he might be there. But surprise, surprise, he went for the bottom lane for the macro play. Does have the Axe of Torment already, so he'll be looking to deal damage at this stage of the game.
Yep, definitely will be doing so. At the same time, Moonlan also funneling the farm to himself. This is how they actually caught him up. So with the jumps itself, locked him with the ghost ship. And I think this is one of the scary potentials on the side of Weibo Gaming. Because look, this is a fight that Zimo did not take part, but there is already enough lockdown from Ling Hen. And with the ghost ship, it could set up 3 truth mantras for Zimo.
Yeah, and Dragon Ranger, I mean, we identified them as a team that really needs to make use of this Haiyue, especially in that 5v5. So Weibo Gaming can take out that win condition in the form of the Haiyue, and then suddenly they find themselves locked down because there's gonna be a lot of wall pushing and a lot of CC stuns coming out from Weibo Gaming with the Truth Mantra and the Ghost Ship.
Yep, so very different things that both teams are looking for. Sibao.
Yeah, Sibao, he does have the Unbridled Outburst to get out of harm's way. He is a bit tanky, might not be the target for now. They don't have the farm to do it. And Dragon Ranger, off the back of this, what I really like is Pei's movement. Like, look at Wanwan right here. He's going for the full macro. You don't need to be an aggressive Pei. Use your mobility for the lane priority here.
Yeah, I like the bait, right? This is one of the rare things you get to see when you watch KPL, which is how the players actually make plays across the map by doing things that you might not understand at first, right? So Sibao, why was he standing there? Actually, it's just to bait the attention, a potential free kill as well, but it's just to buy time. And look, there's a healthy amount of damage done onto the T2 on the bottom.
Yeah, and that's damage that will scale for a long time because eventually the goal is to take away the enemy's base. And Dragon Ranger, they have already begun step 1 of these macro plays, right? Hua Yan and Wanwan, they are a misdirection. They want to redirect them as much as possible. And it seems as if Sibao, he is the main bait. He is the main bait. He will set the stage for that bait.
Yep, so at this point, they're looking for an opening here. Dragon Ranger, they have a healthy lead, close to 1,000, right? They have pretty decent control of the map as well, right? You can see the split pushes coming in by Dian, as well as Hua Yan. So 2 lanes, if Weibo Gaming takes the fight in the next few seconds, it's not going to be ideal for them, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Lane priority not there. And of course, Mengxi, he does have a lot of lane clear, right? That is the Cat Boom that has that lane clear. But the Tyrant already being taken by Wanwan in the back. They will try to siege down this turret here.
Oh,
they actually do get it. And then now it's in another dimension. The Ming gone once again. Dian doing such a great job of taking out the Ming. And definitely right now not able to finish him off. But the rest of the team, Dragon Ranger, they do not convert here. Weibo Gaming, very nice disengage. But the extended team fight going on. The wall has taken out Wanwan into commission. He's falling extremely low and gets picked up by Ting Yue, who goes for an all-kill marry play, gives up his whole life in general, but Wanwan with a double kill in the end.
It's a big win for the side of DRG. This is a great situation, right? Taking 2 kills, taking away Ling Hen as well, that's big.
Oh, Truth Mantra slammed against the wall here as Dian will find himself back in the base as he needs to contemplate what is going on. But Dragon Ranger, they fully take use of this chaos and take that middle lane turret as well. So it's trades upon trades, right? You might give your life, but you don't let go of that macro advantage.
Yep. It's still benefit to Dragon Ranger. That fight went really well. I want you to pay attention to Wanwan. He actually chased that win condition away, which was Zimo. He was looking for that Truth Mantra. Didn't have the flash at that point of time. But the Silence Arrow, this one, a big marker, really changed the plane of the fight. And you can see, Max was really uncomfortable. They had to commit quite a lot of resources. So even though Wanwan died, look, the kill, so valuable, they didn't have enough to try to push them off. They got the T1 in the end. So everything in benefit to the side of DRG.
Yeah, and if that truth mantra happened maybe before the fight, right? Taking out Dian before that fight, that would have mattered, but Dian was willing to give up his life because he had used his ultimate already. He has done his job, and that's exactly what Dian is here for. This is a very different playstyle that we're seeing out of Dian today, and I really love it.
Yeah, even though the controls of the objectives are a little bit scaling towards the side of Weibo Gaming, it is Dragon Ranger that gets that final objective. So at this point, it's just them being a little bit cleaner and edging it out against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, but damage is going to be a factor that they're going to have to start worrying about because Lady Sun, she has racked up 9,000 in terms of net worth so far, right? Having that triple item with that Daybreaker. Garo has the same, yes, but Lady Sun has the main. That's extra damage that you have to worry about. That lick right there is something that provides damage and sustain to the Lady Sun.
Yep, so two things very important for the side of Weibo Gaming to complement that strength, right? They need the vision, they need good positions as well.
Yeah, definitely. They still posture around this middle lane turret. They do have that Tyrant buff. That's going to be a damage buff that they're going to have for the next 30 seconds or so. But they're unable to get any more enemy resources. They will retreat for now and let Weibo Gaming come into the jungle, absorb the aggression, and take the next few team fights.
Yep, it's a close to 3,000. Nice catch.
Sun Ce, I mean, he might look like he's in trouble. He has used the set sail already, but he's an extremely tanky boy after all. And Dragon Ranger, they're making use of the farm to take away key utility as well. That's the truth mantra gone. That's Tingyu's ultimate gone for the next few seconds. And now if they wish to do so, they can actually take this Overlord here.
Yep, it's a risk though. Silent Arrow.
Yeah, Silent Arrow being used as well, and they will be getting the Shadow Overlord. Members of Dragon Ranger falling extremely low. Set sail being used in the back line, but looking at Dharma going down to more and Max out of the game. There's a lot of damage coming out for Dragon Ranger right now. They have reached the 12-minute mark. This is their power spike. Meng Si will not be long for life, my friend. Tingyue, the only member left standing. 25 seconds left on the members of Weibo Gaming. This might mean the end here, or at least a lot of structural damage.
Yep, T3 I think is definitely guaranteed for DRG. Question is, can they get the kill here? And it is a monumental moment. First win potential.
Yeah, set sail being used here. Hua Yan, he wants to end this, and he wants to end this now. Meng Si already going down, and this will mean the end of the game. DRG, they take the crystal and the first game of the series.
Big win. Is this the best version of DRG we have seen to date? Look, the way that they play is so crushing, right? Because they bait you in, you put yourself in situations Weibo felt they had an advantage. They wanted to take the fight because they thought they would win it. But DRG always coming back with those silent win conditions, coming in the form of the Silent Arrow, coming in the form of the Unbridled Outburst. They were waiting for Zimo to get that big jump as well. But let's hear what the players are saying.
我跟你说，明示隐带虽然他没有强制开2，他很难受这样的吧？他那个海月不办拿出，我觉得很舒服。这样唯一赢法就是分均1天。他拿阿古土，把我海月顶起来半天。
Yeah, the Haiyue was definitely a big pick for the side. That's what they were talking about, right? It makes life so uncomfortable because look, there is very little initiation coming out from Weibo Gaming, and when you take out one of the big tanks or one of the big damage dealers on the side of Weibo Gaming, what else are you left to expect? You're waiting for Zimo, you're waiting for their Dharma, and that's exactly what DRG was waiting for. The moment Zimo used his flash to come in, look, Siba was ready with the jump. He got the stun in. No truth for you.
Yeah, and the thing is, there was so much patience coming out from Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? There's a lot of potential where they could have jumped. They could have jumped a bit earlier or find a pick off a bit earlier. But Weibo Gaming, they were waiting for that. And Dragon Ranger knew that. So it's like, I'm thinking 2 steps ahead, but someone else is thinking 3 steps ahead. And that's how Dragon Ranger felt. It's like someone's reading your mind when you already read his. So there's a lot of mind games going on right here with the jumps and their counter jumps. Baiting out the utility out of Dragon Ranger Gaming was done well by Weibo. But Weibo, they were baited in turn by that bait.
Yeah, so it's turn after turn, right? A twist of events at this point. And look, it's quite painful for the side of Weibo Gaming because they did use the combination of the Lady Sun with the Ming. This is one of the big combinations available in KPL and of course across Honor of Kings, right? So with that out of the bag, that is a painful position to be in. But of course, that's not the end of the road. They have many more combinations to explore. Dolia Lane, Dolia Dun, Dolia Gun and Mo. You also have the Arlie and Zhang Fei. These are all available options for the side of Weibo Gaming to try and get that win back in this series.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of combinations and permutations available in terms of top tier picks, but we have to say goodbye to Dharma, and that's one of the key picks coming out of Weibo Gaming as well. They have shown their hand very early in this best of 7 series, and I feel that, yeah, it did kind of work out, right? But of course, it was kind of on the wrong target. But taking a look at the stats here, right? Moonlan, he was left untouched.
Yeah, 4-0-4, that's a great stat to have, right? While Max only did 4 once, end of the day, I think it was much more easy for the side of Dragon Ranger to maneuver around the map because number one, they had a lot more map control, but also because there was enough damage coming out from Moonlan, right? Look, he dealt a total of over 61,000 damage, 61,000 worth of hero damage from the side of DRG.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage, but if you take a look at the other side, right, Tingyue also did a lot of damage of his own as well, 106,000, but yet it was unconverted, uncontested, as DRG were doing such a great job with the bait plays, right? Those damage, yes, it's not effective because you're not killing the opponents, right? And there was no form of finish coming out. It was very defensive with the Ata, aka the Zubajie pick as well, and I felt that, yeah, defensive is good, but the other team is defensive as well with the Garo.
Yeah, so the win conditions really shifted, right? At the start of the game, they were able to kind of force the lane in on the farm side because Lady Sun and Ming combination, you don't really get to win that as a singular Garo at the same time, but they couldn't capitalize. And once the difference of items showed in the jungler specifically later on, you would take a look. 1-1 as well as Ling Hen. Look, there was a very different style of play coming in. Dragon Ranger, they were looking not for kills, they were looking to push the important win conditions away from the fight. And they were successful in doing so.
Yeah, and the defense strats coming out from DRG is on another level, right? Using the mobility of the Pei, not to attack, but to defend and get your turrets and get away when you try and rotate towards his lane. They were playing a careful game of cat and mouse here, and it was extremely well done against Weibo Gaming, who were just running around like headless chickens because they had that Ming and Lady Sun combo, right? Wherever they go, they have to go together. They cannot play apart. Meanwhile, Sibao, he can always be in that front lane. But now, the MVP of DRG, it will be Moonlan, the man on the Garo, left untouched.
Yeah, look, his silence arrows were on point. He was actually one of the main reasons why teamfights were so difficult for the side of Weibo Gaming. There were a couple of situations where there was a potential where they could have really caught out the majority of the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, but because of the silence arrow, it not only forced them back, but it also dealt damage, right? The slow coming in was so valuable for the side, and look, this opened up so many doors. The first play on the top 1-1, pushing away the Zimo Dharma was already very important. The silence coming in also didn't allow that finishing blow. Look at that. Two members on the side of Weibo Gaming suddenly silenced, couldn't find an appropriate opening, and an overcommitment from Tingyue to try to get the kill onto 1-1 as well. It just went all wrong for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, eventually he did get it, but these are the unforced errors coming out, right? Trying to force these errors out of your opponents is always a key playstyle that DRG has always been going for, and this seems to be a staple. They are rage baiting with that Pei on the 1-1, and with this Shadow Overlord take, it was an extremely well done team fight to the fact that, look at this, Sibao, he's not dying at all. He's always at 1 HP. He's always baiting his life, eventually gives it up. But his team has done the damage needed.
Yeah.
我能退了，你没打我突然下去，你那个打我不在。你们拉人了，拉人了。好了，慢慢打，能打。我别怕，我有大，我大到了菜单。没盾了啊，不是没大了吗？我给盾了。来，打我这边。哎，打我边上去，我找打我。慢慢打，我先拉过来，打我2个一。打我大铲。技能全攻回来，接上了我。能接上，我有上球。 我死不了，我死不了，我没闪，猫没闪。
漂亮，死了，来中一他。我10秒传，他摸被老虎。
听我讲啊，
听我讲，那个孙尚香再滚点的话，你们不要惯着，你们5秒大，我就魔龙，他没整。
猫没到，
他没整的。看到后面，我能开传过来。我开了，我喷了。猪，
拉了。行，
打磨，
打我没闪，
来一下，说一下没闪，
猪，
全猪，慢慢来，兄弟们，慢慢来，不要急。听我说，上路有线，我来了，中路一波，扔出来了，他就一个蛋，只能扔一个蛋。
来，点进去，
点进去，不要怕，点进去。有线，漂亮。
Big moments here for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. I think there's so many things to point out, right? Even before the fights were started, they were looking out for Zumo already, the Dharma. That was one of the key communications on the team, right? Before they start the fights, everyone was asking, where was the Dharma? Where's the Dharma? And that was when they kind of secured that win condition. And nobody talked about it. Mulan just gave the silence arrow. That was the beauty of it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of synergy going on in terms of DRG chat as well. You can see the level of trust that they have in each other. And now with that, going into game number 2, right? Weibo Gaming, they're back against a wall, 1-0 already. And this is a huge statement coming in from Dragon Ranger, right? You might have taken a clean sweep against us before, but in the BO7, we might be stronger. Weibo Gaming, I don't believe this is the end of them just yet. That momentum is not enough to shake them because they've been here before. They were going head-to-head against Wolves Esports. They brought us to the ultimate battle, and then they took 2 games away for AG. So this is not a team that will take this line down.
Yeah, definitely. I think you don't expect that Weibo Gaming is just going to lie down and allow the 4-0 potential coming out from Dragon Ranger, right? That's the first mistake you can make when you're watching this game. Now, the other thing I want to point out is that the damaging picks, yes, they gave out the Dharma, they gave out the Lady Sun and Ming combination, but they didn't actually use that big of a prio pick for the jungle, right? Ata is not number 1 in terms of like the farm plus damage plus control factor for junglers. There's still plenty of options for Weibo Gaming to explore in the second game of the series. So at this point, I think there's much more to play with.
Yeah, this is a global ban and pick system after all. So definitely once the heroes have been expended, you can't use them in your second games. But for Dragon Ranger Gaming, I mean, this means that the pay is out for 1-1 as well for the entire BO7, unless it's an ultimate battle, right? Ultimate battles are always an exception. But of course, for them, I feel that they didn't really use that much of priority picks as well. I mean, if you consider what they pick Garo and they pick Asanta in that clash lane, which are not very much priority when you compare it to the lines of a Charlotte or something like a Dolia, a lane as well. And of course, the Dun has yet to see the light of play for today.
Yeah, look, we're only in game 1. I think there's much more expectations to be had for both teams. Now, KPL is definitely one of the leagues where I'm full of expectation, right? What kind of surprises does each team give to each other? Because it's very clear in the drafting band picks as well, in compositions. Coaches are not just thinking about this game, they're thinking about the next, right? First game, second game, all the way up to the potential of game number 7. But there's also a switch up in terms of thinking and thought process if they lead 2-0. So Dragon Ranger Gaming, I'm curious to see, do they want to not give up too much in this second game of the series, or do they want to try and double down and say, you know what, we already have the lead, let's try to make that 4-0 dream come true.
Yeah, and of course, we know the team's styles. They are going for a slower play style at the start of the BO7. They have already said it. They like to go for these slow play styles at the early part of the draft, early part of the BO7, they're gonna go for the slow play style. But everything changes when suddenly, yeah, you're 3-0, the enemy's at match point, and then they bring out the fire in them, right? And this is where you kind of see the reverse sweeps that bring us to the ultimate battle. So this is something that you can look forward to today as well. Every game, take it with a pinch of salt. It's still 50-50 when you go back into the draft once again.
Yeah, I think we need to pay attention also to like the playstyle of DRG. I know you like DRG in this game. You want them to go into the ultimate battle, and I think there is a chance that that might not happen because DRG are so adept at holding off the early game, right? Like you said, they played a long game, slow game. But once they hit those markers, like Garo, when Moonlan hit those itemizations, the Daybreaker came out. And then it was a very different situation. DRG was on the offensive. They were making sure that, number one, the map is in their control first. Once we have the vision control, we have the financial control, and we have the itemization lead, then DRG turned completely into a different monster.
Yeah, and they realized that power spike very soon as well, right? The moment it hit that 12-minute marker, they actually fully blasted at the side of Weibo Gaming as well. And Weibo Gaming, I feel that, yeah, they identified it that it might come sooner or later. And I feel that, yeah, Haiyue is a very strong pick. They had to deal with it, but they only realized it just a slight bit too late.
Yeah, I think it's also credit to the fact that Moonlan was able to stay alive for the entire game, right? Nobody was able to land hands onto Moonlan, which contributed greatly to, number one, the farm, but also the killing potential for Moonlan himself.
Yeah, definitely is that case as well. And now with that second game banning and drafting underway, this is the part where the coaches and the players need to re-examine what they have in their pools.
Yeah, let's see what they want to go with. I think, do we want to still go for that assassin jungler on the side of DRG? They have been playing this strategy so well. Alright, so with that being said, let's take a look at what's going to happen in the second ban pick, global ban pick phase for DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, going up against Beijing Weibo Gaming. It's going to be a very important time for both teams, right? Because this could be a situation where Dragon Ranger Gaming, they find a huge advantage for themselves. But let's not guess. Let's take a look at what's going to happen. Weibo Gaming this time on the blue side going back, and Dragon Ranger back in the red. So first bans coming out is going to be the Shen Mengqi, this Cat Boom. A lot of vital damage. We've seen how Weibo Gaming did it. They tried to go for the big burst, but also sustain damage over time. But this time, they ban out the Liang as well. So it's very difficult for those assassin jungles, or actually easy for assassin jungles to come into the play here.
Yeah, we might see a pay of Weibo Gaming from themselves, or they might go for something spicy, right? The Prince of Lan Ling that actually Dragon Ranger pulled out as well. But they go for the Luban, Master Luban, aka Luban Dashi in the Chinese server.
Dragon Ranger, I think they will allow this pick because look, Guan Yu is open, they have banned out the Haiyue. You might have the force picks on the side of Weibo for maybe the Charlotte, maybe the Byron as well, of which I think they will look for other combinations to explore. And there is a high potential. A lane Dolia maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Dolia is one, but they go for the Lung. I mean, this guy, he's super good at the Lung as well, right? There's nothing that Mulan cannot play. Now, for Beijing Weibo, they still have the opportunity to go for that Luban number 7, which will complete that combo with a Luban Dashi. Whether or not they go for it, it can also be a Luban Ma Chao combo as well, because you do have that ability to jump in, and they go for the Ma Chao actually.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the chance to go for it, right? So yes, they will secure it. Ma Chao, very huge burst, high mobility as well. If Dragon Ranger actually go for the lane, it's not going to be as easy of a matchup as well, right? Then this becomes a game of cat and mouse. Both Clash laners will be chasing their opponent farm laners till the end of the year.
Yeah, and surprisingly for Dragon Ranger, they go for the Neza pick, right? That Skyfall coming out from 1-1. He's been finding a lot of success so far, especially in this BO7s. It has proven time and time again, it is a game-winning formula for Dragon Ranger. Now, with the second part of their bans, they ban out the Agudo, and they don't want that burst dive coming in from Weibo Gaming. And now, with the Mayin out as well, I mean, Dragon Ranger, they need some form of semblance of control, especially against this kind of lineup, right? They're squishy, yes, they have a lot of mobility, yes, but they are susceptible to control. And with that, Weibo Gaming, they take out the Guan Yu, and so far, for Dragon Ranger, they take out the Kaiser. I'm looking at Weibo Gaming here, and they're going to take out the Yingzhen as well. They don't want that mid lane poke, and you know how Dian can handle that Yingzhen. But DRG, they have that clash lane to think about. Maybe something that can dive into the back lane, and they do pick it up. They pick up the Charlotte.
Yeah, this Charlotte is going to be very important for the side of Dragon Ranger, right? He is going to be the one to cut down the waves on the side of Weibo Gaming, as well as set up potential situations where the Moonlan Lung is able to get those bursts onto Max as well.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of burst potential coming out from Dragon Ranger, a lot of back lane dive, and some form of sustain with the Dolia. It will be very surprising to see what Weibo Gaming is going for, and they do go for the Da Chao together with the Menki. And now with that, I mean, they have suddenly a lot more reposition abilities, right? With this I have the Whirlpool and the Sea of Fate. You can always reposition teammates very well. Dragon Ranger with the final pick here, put against the wall, they go for Niwa. A lot of damage coming out for Dian.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming definitely wants to kind of counter the playstyle of Dragon Ranger, right? So they want to make that mistake of overcommitting less apparent, because you have the Sea of Fate now to save you. You also have the Eye of the Whirlpool to either engage or disengage from the fights on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be a lot of counter engage coming out from Dragon Ranger as well, a lot of survivability. I mean, both sides, right? If you think about it, they are extremely mobile. So you are going to see trades upon trades, objectives upon objectives, because they can play the objectives so well, and then they can get out as well. But Weibo Gaming, Dragon Ranger, they can both chase. So that's the scary part.
Yeah, I think I'm quite worried for Dian in this game. Dragon Ranger, he doesn't have the best mobility. They have a Machao, they have a Menki. There's a lot of potential to catch out the members on the side of Dragon Ranger, specifically Dian. At the same time, Max on this Lupan, he's going to be able to offer quite a bit of damage from range, and he's going to reposition with the help of Mengxi as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of movement here, but now about the power timings, right? Dragon Ranger, they have a better power timing compared to what Lupan Dashi and Lupan number 7 bring. They require a lot of farm, but that's why they have the Machao and the Menki as well. That's to supplement the early and mid-game scaling. So we're going to have to see a lot of movement coming out from Menki, from the side of Machao as well on Zimo. And now, this means that KPL side, well, if you take a look at how both teams are playing, they are generally okay in the early, mid, and late stages of the game.
Yeah, they definitely have all three win conditions settled for both sides. So then it really comes down to the most minute differences, right? Nuances across the map. How many camps can you steal, right? Does the River Sprite go to you or does it go to me? And First Blood, as well as Tyrant, who does this go to? Because it amplifies the amount of pressure you're able to put onto your opponents, right? You have faster wave clear, you have better items, you have more EXP, so your skills deal more damage. A lot of different things that can affect those very critical moments and, you know, really swing things in your favor.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Weibo Gaming versus Dragon Ranger Gaming. We have game 2 of the loser brackets finals. Dragon Ranger already up 1-0.
Yes, so this is an important marker. Weibo Gaming, I think they have equipped themselves with a pretty decent draft this game, number 2. And maybe if they play their cards right this time, they should be able to take the series to a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, definitely it's important marker, but something that I'm looking forward to see is these early game rotations, right? Especially for the Machao and the Charlotte, because both of them, they are very expensive heroes. They require a lot of farm and they require a lot of damage before they can start dealing havoc to your back line. But Zemo, of course, he has that early game scaling potential compared to Hua Yan, who will have that power spike at level 4.
Yeah, but 7 battles, 6 wins, this guy dealing an average of over 4,000 damage per game himself. He's number 1 in the league with this Charlotte. So I don't think it's going to be that easy for the side of Weibo to really put the advantage on their side. They need to control Hua Yan in this clash lane.
Yeah, definitely they need to control Hua Yan as well. But of course, I mean, Zemo, I'm also scared of him. We have seen stat lines again and again, and now somehow I convinced stat lines are the opposite. If the person is 100% win rate, they're probably gonna lose, because that has been the story of the entire English stream so far.
I think it's also because they put into focus, right, that hey, there is a 100% win rate, and teams are more motivated to really break that stat line because it not only crushes your spirit, your confidence, but then in the game it gives you extra gold, gives you extra map control as well. So both teams looking to spoil stat lines across the board.
Yeah, and something that I'm really looking forward to see is also 1-1 on this Neta, because he plays it like a very defensive hero, right? You're not going to see him jumping across the map, but you're going to see him jumping across just to defend Dien. And that Dien is going to be the main source of magic damage coming out. Dien has the highest marker for the mage damage side, so it's going to be extremely scary stat line to deal with, especially with the Annihilation and Emergence. It is a very far range spell.
Yep, and DRG's playstyle baiting enemy teams in, I think it's going to be very prominent with the usage of Dien, right? I think Dien might be one of the main markers that DRG will try to use against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. Dien is going to be the key here. Matrix's setup is also something that they can look towards opening the fight as well. But looking at the power spike timings of the itemizations, right? One of the itemization timing is when Lung gets his first item. When Lung actually builds either the Axe of Torment, the Star Breaker, or the Eternity Blade. And in this case, I would really prefer the Star Breaker because you're going up against the main key. You want to just burst him down so that he can't frontline for the rest of Weibo Gaming.
Yes, the shield value is very important for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? So if you're able to melt those shields early on, it does benefit Dragon Ranger in the fight in the long run. But right now, I think both teams, farm laners, they're kind of even in terms of farm and map control as well. Nobody has been able to edge out an advantage that big so far.
Yeah, 20 seconds till the next objective spot, which will be prioritized by both teams, right? You can see the rotation coming out from the side of 1-1, but this early game play.
Yep, he's gonna go in, uses the Infinite Vases as well. The support comes from 1-1. They don't have enough damage down here, and the arrival from Dien is a little late, but it's still gonna try. Can they get this? It's a 4-on-3. They get the kill onto Max though. That's not looking good for the side of Weibo. So they even out the odds 1-1, a farm laner for a roam.
And this is really a bit of a conundrum, right? That first blood going the way of Weibo Gaming, but in the same time, your farm laner, the most important one, the most physical damage one in your team has went down. So I would still say Dragon Ranger kind of benefited from that because now they can look towards his Tyrant, but main key is proving to be a problem.
Yeah, and here comes the refresh, right? Celestial Melody, Infinite Vasa is going to be committed. I don't think they have the option to take the steal here, so they will play it safe, secure the Crimson, Azure Golem for themselves and try to make another play across the map. So Weibo Gaming, they wrestle back a little bit of control.
Yeah, and that's a really big marker, right? Having that Tyrant buff in this stage of the game, especially in the 4-minute mark, this would mean the start of many invades or start of many dives. But let's take a look at the replay here.
Yep, so it's so difficult because they get the commit the flash as well. Try to use the ultimate on the side of Monk. He does catch out Shibao on the Dolia, right? But you get a kill on the roam, and all of a sudden you're in a 4v3 situation, 4v4 actually at this point, and you lose Max. This is a very important moment in the game because you're supposed to provide Max with as much room as possible to grow, and right now that growth has been diluted and capped.
Yeah, and actually while we were watching that replay, they have actually taken the Overlord on the side of Dragon Ranger. So it's like 16,000 gold lead already. I mean, not 16,000 gold lead, 16,000 net worth for both teams. 60,000 gold lead would be too crazy. And now with the first item already out from the side of Neza, you can see that it's going to be somewhat of a tankier build, right? You can see 1-1, he really wants to be the one to protect his teammates across the map.
Yeah, but for this particular game, right, Dragon Ranger, they're suffering a little bit with the pressure from Weibo Gaming. So Weibo Gaming able to get that T1 on the bottom. This is definitely a case you expect when you have a Lupan. She's one of the fastest turret takers. I mean, second to maybe Fang or even the Yuanjie along with the Guru combination as well. But Weibo Gaming, they need to do a little bit more because they're still trailing in gold.
Yeah, and the second objective fight is the period where they are trying to go do something, right? That key item power spikes during that 8-minute mark, especially for the Charlotte and the Machao when they start to build their second item. You can already see the Axe of Torment already coming out from Machao, and they're both neck and neck in terms of net worth. Machao is a bit ahead, but yes, there's a lot more mobility in terms of Charlotte having that ultimate as well as that knockup. So there is a semblance of control from Dragon Ranger. Weibo Gaming, they have that mobility.
Okay, the advantage to the side of Dragon Ranger is momentary because we have not seen Zimo enter the fight. Once this Machao is actually able to enter the fight, you will see a very different style of play, and I think Weibo Gaming should be able to kind of break and crack the defenses on the side of Dragon Ranger. They will try. At this point, enough damage? Not really, because it is a tank. Linghen will be able to sustain that damage, actually get sent home with the Sea of Fate as well.
Yeah, and it is a double-edged sword, right? Machao entering the fight, but there we go.
Yep, he gets the catch, but has the flash out at this point. So big common spells burnt out from both sides. Dian also at the same time had to burn out the flash. So at this point, a little bit of a power struggle between the two, but it's status quo for now.
Yeah, and the double-edged sword that I was talking about, that Machao entering that fight, is because that opens up space for Huayan to take much more macro advantage, right? So if Machao joins the fight, if Zimo joins the fight, you have to have a kill. And him being the highest net worth, they want to use it, especially in these team fights right now.
Yeah, if Zimo enters the fight at this point, he needs to make sure that he is dealing damage onto Moonlan. He cannot be in a position where Moonlan is actually able to get those ride the wins. But nice steal here coming in from the side of Max here, getting that Azure buff for himself, valuable against the likes of Wanwan.
Yeah, and a cooldown reduction on a loop on number 7, just sign me up, man. Because he's going to have a great time in the rest of these fights. Now, Weibo Gaming, they want to take his fight.
They jump in, Moonlan forced to use his ultimate. At the same time, they're falling low. It is going to be Supa who takes the fall. Infinite Bastards to recommit. Has the flash out at this point. There's not enough damage coming in from this side of Weibo Gaming as well as Dragon Ranger. So they take a loss on the side of DRG. Supa has to give his life. Weibo Gaming slowly wrestling control back.
Yeah, and with that buff gain, right, you can see the dividends paying off straight away right there. That reduced cooldown from their Azure Golem instantly being used by Max to join that team fight. Then now he has much more abilities. He can cycle them much faster. And straight away, Weibo Gaming, they pounce on that timing. Now, with that timing taken, they go for the Tyrant as well. Now, they have this 1.5 minutes of that Tyrant buff where they are going to be able to do a lot more with that lightning damage.
The fighting prowess on the side of Weibo Gaming is going to be a lot higher at this point. Bear in mind that Moonlan does not have flash. This is a big situation for Zimo. Zimo, once he gets access into the backlines, Moonlan will be in trouble.
Yeah, Infinite Bastards also a key marker that he needs to be holding on to at all times, because Weibo Gaming, they'll be jumping onto you. What I would like to see out of Dragon Ranger is trying to attempt some macro plays out here, but Machao Zimo, he's not allowing that right now.
Yeah, they're going to try for a couple of pokes, and this is the big concern for the side of Dragon Ranger. Even though they have a damaging lineup, they're not dealing enough damage against Linghen. And Linghen is going to be consistently in their faces. At the same time, look, one of the highest farm at this point of the game, 7,004. Zimo is hitting those financial marks.
Yeah, he is the bank right now for the side of Weibo Gaming. And for Dragon Ranger, I mean, if you take a look at YN, he's trailing close behind, but it's definitely not enough. And now with the Shadows versions of the Tyrant and the Overlord out on the field, it's a very important marker for both teams to try and contest this.
Yep, they get the reset at this point. They're trying to hunt him down right now. Moonlan alone. Did not use his ultimate, did not commit the flash as well. It's still on cooldown. It's going to be back up in the next skirmish probably.
Yeah, and what I'm worried about for Dragon Ranger is that they kind of don't have that late game scalability. Yeah, they have a Lung and they have Charlotte as well, but they're very far behind, right? When you compare it to Zimo and when you compare it to Lupin number 7, but here we go.
Yep, they jump in, they get the kill. Max is out of the fight. That's a huge amount of damage gone. Nice jump from the side of Wanwan, commits the smite as well. At the same time, Huayan working onto the tank on the side of Weibo Gaming. They pushed him back for a moment. This is a big opportunity for the side of Dragon Ranger, but Zimo, he's looking for an opening at the same time as well. Nothing that is they can capitalize on the side of Wave War Gaming. They might have to give this Tyrant away at the same time. Hua-Yan, he's trying to push them back, provide space for the side of DRG. DRG, they get it with the help. Sibao actually gets it, and this is a big moment. This could be the turnaround that DRG is looking for in this part of the game.
And Dian has been so good with this, right? The Annihilation snipes onto Max. And it's the story of yesterday as well, where the Lupin number 7 just got bursted down from the side of Rogue Warriors. Dragon Ranger, they are good at dealing against this combo. Rogue Warriors, they had that 87.5% win rate with that Lupin number 7 and the Master Lupin. But Dragon Ranger, they dismantled that. Now, going up against that similar combo, they are going to have a great time, especially with the new Wah. It seems like this is the key pick for them.
I think Weibo also has to be a bit more assertive, right? At this point, they do jump in. Skyfall committed. They're trying to go on the Max. The refresh comes in. Max is being healed up. There might not be enough damage, though. There is going to be. Max takes out Dian, but on the same time, they take out Mengxi. The save is not available. Max is down. Not enough damage for the side of Weibo Gaming. And Zimo as well. Tingyue, they're falling low. The chase comes in. Only Linghan left, along with Tingyue, but there's not enough health, not enough damage. 1-1. They trade a 4 for 3. 3 for 3 at this point.
Yeah, 3 for 3. Both junglers and supports left to tell the tale, right? They are both that tankiness and that sustain factors coming out from both teams. So it just feels like a complete wash to me. But still, if you take a look at this team fight, it was very well done in the sense that they went for the correct targets at first. But definitely with that usage of the mobility, Max is able to get away and deal damage from a safe spot. Eventually gets spotted out. Infinite Fastness was used, but instantly gets bursted down as well. So this was a neck and neck decision making from both teams. Now this Shadow Overlord is being contested for. The Skyfall is something that you need to look forward to from the side of Wanwan because he's still holding on to it.
Yep, you start to see this different win conditions coming in from both sides, right? So 1-1 wants to make sure that he catches Max over and over again. And this time, Zimo, I think he's going to be the big game changer because he caught Moonlan. Once again, they get the catch onto him. 1-1 taking a little bit of damage. Infinite Vastness committed as well. Moonlan needs to find an open space. Right now, they're wrestling over this. Shadow Overlord will be taken by 1-1. They actually sent Linghan home, which is why they couldn't contest for it. So DRG, this is a good win, but the map slightly in favor to Wave War Gaming.
Yeah, still slightly in favor to Wave War Gaming. They do have the better map vision. But now, with the Shadow Vanguards and the Vanguards coming out, right, this might be a different story. They want to burst down this tier 1 turret here. Dragon Ranger sending that Vanguard down in the mid lane. This is a statement here. This is going to be a 5-on-5 brawl that potentially you might see.
Yep, he jumps in again. He just wants to push them away, and they do oblige to say, you want to come closer then. Moonlan does get that T1 in the mid. There is still the Shadow Vanguards flying down on all 3 lanes. They will get rid of the Overlord. So Wave War Gaming, they survived this first initial aggression.
Yeah, and 1-1 has been doing a great job of frontlining, right? So has Linghan. But eventually, in that late game, I would say it favors the Nerza quite a bit because of that mobility throughout the entire map. Monkey, yes, sure, he has great mobility, but it can only be used once. 1-1, on the other hand, he can just jump across the entire map.
And in the exchange of Hua-Yan along with Zimo, Hua-Yan is doing such a good job, right? He's controlling Zimo. You know that one of the big win conditions for the side of Wave War Gaming is the fact that Zimo is able to get the kill onto Moonlan. He does have that big burst. But once again, they jump in onto Max. That's quite a big annihilation as well. The chase comes in. Splendor committed. But Hua-Yan coming on the back lines as well. Power gradation gets the stun. They get the kill on the Tingyue. That's not the target they want. They want Max. Max is able to back off, but there's a lot of damage coming in from the side of DRG. They will back off. They don't lose anyone, and they're gonna walk away with a win on the kill on Tingyue.
And that was a limit test coming from them. Splendor coming out from Tingyue, that's a huge utility to have wasted as well, right? Sea of Fate, Eye of the Whirlpool was used as well. And Dragon Ranger, they were completely trying to test their damage, so whether or not they can actually take these next few team fights. And now they know that they are that power spike timing. They are 4,000 gold ahead. And now with the itemizations as well, Loom is looking all set to kill already with the Eternity Blade and the Master Sword as well.
Okay, the silver lining for the side of Weibo Gaming is look, there is still the potential of redemption coming in from Mengxi. He still does have his ultimate to try and change the situation. Max as well does have Flash, so even if they take another fight on the side of Weibo Gaming, they could potentially turn it around. My concern here is Zimo is not having a good time. He's not able to do his job, and it's costing Weibo Gaming.
I think one of the key factors that he needs to worry about is Mulan's burst, right? The build that he went for is extremely bursty with the Flaming Palms. He needs to watch out for that triple Flaming Palms combo, and it can potentially land on Max or Zimo, and they can incapacitate you before that fight. And look what I mean, half HP already with the Annihilation combo.
It's a double Annihilation, right? So far, Sibao has been providing so much value by picking the correct members to get that Celestial Melody too. The refresh has been good. Ultimate committed by Mengxi, does not get it, still has the flash. So once again, Weibo Gaming getting all of their resources burned out by Dragon Ranger.
And this is the late game mobility of the Charlotte that I'm worried about, right? Huayan is applying pressure at the bottom lane, yet keeping vision at all times. Now this middle lane though,
Yep, they force them to back here. Infinite Buster is going to be committed. Sumo finds an opening, gets the kill onto Mulan maybe. Does get him down. This is a big moment, but the damage is just too much. Annihilation number 1 going to be used. Max next to fall. There is no more damage coming in. Wayboard is struggling to keep up. There is a second life for the side of 1-1. He's going to try and push in as well. And at this point, too much damage, too little health. It is just left with Tingyu and Mengxi. Can they defend? I don't think so. Dragon Ranger, this could be tier 3s opening up.
Yeah, tier 3s are potentially under siege. The rest of the team are going to be inning that crystal as well. Charlotte is in that base and half HP on the crystal ready as Dragon Ranger Gaming. They eventually take it down. They do it here, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0.
Oh, this is a big moment for the side of DRG. Did the Beijing Weibo Gaming fans expect this today? Definitely not.
A true Cinderella story as they clinch yet another game from the giants that is Weibo Gaming. And this was done on the back of great drafting by them as well, right? Great use of utility. If you see the Nerdza being used, it was done extremely well by 1-1. He was teetering with the enemy backlines, playing with the positioning of the enemy members.
Yeah, look, this game difficult for the side of Weibo Gaming because you have to consider Zimo was one of the turnaround conditions for the side of Beijing Weibo Gaming. He could not find those markers, right? There was just too much damage, and the protection offered by Sibao. Look, he may be a Dolia, not the most damaging pick, but those disruptions, right? The wave breaker, along with the winds coming in from Mulan, that's more than enough to be able to disrupt Zimo enough to stop him from getting that damage in, right? And bear in mind, there is a double annihilation. Did you see the damage coming in from this Dian?
I see now why Dian has the highest damage, because that man, the annihilation, I mean, it hits on multiple targets, right? This is only Dian that can do this kind of damage, and he finds the perfect sweet spot every single time. When 1-1 sets it up for him, he essentially just lines it up so perfectly, just ping, ping, ping.
Yeah, regardless, right? And one of the things you'll notice about the fact that Dian's annihilations, they don't catch a singular target. They catch like 3-4 people on the side of Beijing Weibo. So Weibo Gaming, all of a sudden, you're in a difficult situation. You're trying to defend your T3s, and 3 of your members who are meant to be the turnaround conditions are suddenly at half-life. And what do you do as Beijing Weibo?
Yeah, they were very worried about the burst potential, right? Something about Mulan as well was him having that Flaming Palm, him having that level of farm as well. So that Flaming Palm actually did half HP to almost any single member from the side of Weibo Gaming, in the exception of maybe the main key, right? But with Annihilation coming through as well, they were put on the threat of death. And that was the entire story of Dragon Ranger, just being able to have this poke space.
Yep, very valuable so far. I want to highlight, I think in this game, it has to be 1-1 that is the star performer here. He was the one sole member responsible for the side of DRG winning the big fights because he was consistently jumping on the max. And whoever that was soaking the damage, it had to be him. So there was no one else that really took the brunt of the damage besides Wanwan, allowing them to get the burst and survive a little bit longer against the damage that Max was supposed to output. He dealt a total of 122,000, bear in mind, for Max.
Yeah, and I believe that out of the 122,000, right, if you compare it to the Lung's damage taken, maybe 63,000 was taken by him. And because you were damaging the opponent's damage, you somehow kind of forgot about the Neza, who can kind of jump behind you and deal your backline damage, disrupt the backline. Ma Chao, he was trying so hard to find a key target, but consistently disrupted by DN as well. This was an entire team effort for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Wanwan was the craziest setup I've ever seen.
Yeah, a lot of solutions provided by the side of DRG, but also at the same time, it limited the options and solutions that Weibo Gaming had against the lineup of Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? Because Zuma was supposed to come in. If he had been able to get the kill onto Mulan here, I think the situation might have been very different. Even though you dove max, right? Zuma definitely had more than enough damage to get rid of the remaining members on the side of DRG. But they could never find that situation because both Mengxi as well as Max were always forced to be separated from the fights. And that was definitely to DRG's advantage.
Yeah, an advantage that was given by the man right here. MVP of the game, DRG Wanwan, and amazing plays on the pair on the first game. And in the second game, we see him piloting the Neza in that jungle.
Yep, the Demon Child here. Of course, Neza, one of the best picks if you're looking to really just dive hard into the backline. And he went for the full tank build here. 33% of the damage given by the side of Beijing Weibo Gaming, stomached by this Demon Child Neza.
And the thing about his build, right, it's also not very offensive. It's just for survivability. And the fact of the matter that he went for the back line here, right, trying to disrupt the Da Qiao as much as possible, trying to find the damage onto Max. He's always on a key target potential, and he always finds it. It's always the primary target for him. It's the most important member being taken out. Max is target locked at all times.
Yep, his reactions are really clean, and he's able to find him in a sea of players on the side of Beijing Weibo. That is what is most impressive, right? In the chaos of the moment, you have to take a look at the target hitboxes. You have to be able to choose Max's face in the middle of it all. So look at this. Even though he was trying to look for the portal, that one situation was a rare situation where he actually got out.
Yeah, but still, I mean, this was the part in the fight where the second annihilation would come out from the side of the Dolia and Dien as well. And this was also a trade where both the jungler and the roamer were surviving as well, right? So there's a lot of backline damage that he can rely on, and he shows how much he trusts in that teammates of his.
Yep, definitely. Look at this. The annihilation really provided so much value for them to take Max out of the fight. And of all the people to try and catch initially, they were trying to put a majority of the damage onto Wanwan because he was in their faces, right? They got the kill onto Mulan, but it was not enough because how much damage do you need to have to be able to melt down Wanwan? And you can only do it with the survival of Max, and Max was just dead.
I mean, Max was not having a great game, I would say, but that has been the story of all Lupin number 7s versus Dragon Ranger, right? They seem to have found a formula versus Lupin number 7 and Lupin Dashi. That combo seems to be a bane to Dragon Ranger. They are like, yeah, one day we'll find it, and finally they do. And now they are dismantling that combo. Dragon Ranger, one of the teams to watch when you want to find out how to deal with combos, how to experiment with new things in the meta as well. Like, this is a very new combo that I've seen, the Neza and the Nuwa as well, using the Annihilation and the Skyfall. It is a very fresh take on the Annihilation.
Yeah, because it gives you vision of that hero, right? So it makes it a little bit easier to aim. You still need to aim onto your target nonetheless. But so far, I think Dragon Ranger has impressed us in the fact that Wave War Gaming, every single problem or puzzle that they have given DRG to solve, DRG not only solve it, they ace it, right? It's a perfect score coming out from DRG. They know exactly what to do, who to look for, when to do it. And I think so far, Wave War Gaming, they're kind of scratching their heads, right? How do we come back into the series?
And this was the scoreline that we were scared about, right? Suddenly, you're 2-0 against Dragon Ranger. Do you still continue playing slow, right? First game, we saw them taking out the Lady Sun and the Ming. Second game, we saw them taking out the Luban number 7 and the Luban Da Shi, which is also very viable combos. Two viable, but slow combos, right? They need time to actually fruition into any form of damage. They need a lot of farm as well. And it is your team member dedicated to protect you safe. Now, do we see more individualistic gaming coming out from Wave War? That's something that I'm looking forward to see.
I think maybe it's also about like the rotations and the decision making. Look, that whole scenario where Wave War Gaming was fighting against Dragon Ranger, during that period of time, actually the T3 on the top, it was already taken. There were minion waves crashing down on the top as well, right? I think it would have been a good idea to back off and maybe clear those waves first, manage the waves a little bit better and take a fight after that. Because I think Wave War Gaming made a very conscious decision to go all in, right? They sent Max back, they got him back with the Eye of the Whirlpool, got the heals, he committed the flash, still died. So he burnt out every single option. And I think Wave War Gaming, maybe they need to show a little bit more restraint because you have to respect this new version of Dragon Ranger Gaming already.
Yeah, and Dragon Ranger Gaming, they show a lot of patience. They show a lot of times where they were holding back within the team fights, right? Where there was Zemo actually tearing through the backlines. He did have his moments. He did have that power spikes as well, but they stayed safe. YN just calculated the farm that he needed to get his own power spike before he hit that 10 to 11 minute mark. It was not there yet, right? Once he reached that 10 to 11 minute mark, he's like, yeah, it's go time. Maybe I jump with Naza in the back line, and that's when we see a full 5-on-5 team fight. I feel that Dragon Ranger Gaming, they played their timings extremely well.
Yeah, super level up, right? I didn't expect this level of proficiency coming in today. Not because they're not good, but look, they have like, what, half a day to prepare for this? This is their match against Wave War in maybe about 12 hours time, right? So yesterday, right after the series against their competitors, they have to prepare strats, take a look at what's good against Wave War, and they're doing it so far. So this is really impressive.
Yeah, and who would have expected this, right? A team that plays dead last in Group S. Not dead last, but the dead last to qualify. Number 5, DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, placed in the losers bracket at the start of this entire KPL playoffs. And now they have clawed their way into a 2-0. And of course, finishing with a 4-0 scoreline against the Rogue Warriors themselves. They were not easy opponents.
Yeah, Beijing Weibo at this point, they're kind of kneeling on the ground, right? This is a difficult position to be in. 2-0, that's a gut punch. It's a difficult position to play out of. It's not the worst, right? It could be worse if they lose this game again. So DRG, this is a confidence booster at this point. If they are able to take game number 3, I think that kind of makes a chance that they can get a 4-0 scoreline today that much more realistic.
I think this is the point in time where you need to expect the key member of Weibo Gaming to actually kind of perform, right? Kind of step up. He's been playing Zhu Bajie, he's been playing Monkey, he is Nuan Yang, aka Lin Heng, and now maybe you put him on something that will have the opportunity to make more play. Meanwhile, Dragon Ranger, they are looking to ban out probably his Ogren in this number 3rd game.
Weibo Gaming, right away, they go back into the blue side for banning and pick. They want to get the prio pick, right? And at this point, they ban out the Luban Master, Master Luban, also known as Luban, and also ban out the Liang. So this opens up doors for potential jungle, assassin jungles coming in for the side of Dragon Ranger, as well as for themselves on Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Weibo Gaming, I would pick up the Ogren right now, right? Just for the Ling Heng. But of course, the options like a good support is available, like the Diadea, which they do pick up. Very good flex pick, something that's very strong with Arlie as well. Dragon Ranger, they can look for the Arlie pick, especially with a Da Chao, since they have that option available for themselves if they want to go for that combo.
Yeah, I wonder which team this guy is a fan of, pointing the 4-0. Of course, it is going to be a DRG fan here. Let's see what combinations they want. So they will deny that combination coming out from Weibo Gaming, taking the Arlie for themselves with Da Chao. Are we going to see a Yuan Liu coming out for DRG?
I mean, they do have to pick up the Yuan Liu for DRG. Yeah, they have to have a good frontliner. They might not expend the Yuan Liu right now, but if Weibo want to deny it, they can actually pick up the Yuan Liu themselves as well, right?
They do.
The denies.
They do.
The denies.
Yeah, coming in as well, they pick up the Guan Yu as well. Haiyu has been banned out, but look, this is easily counterable with picks like the Byron. They could also come with the Dharma. These are picks that could destroy the Guan Yu in lane and in fights as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of reposition capability coming out from Dragon Ranger, of course. We saw that with the Sea of Fate and Whirlpool used on the loop on number 7, but this is on another level, right? Arlie, you can reposition yourselves to your umbrella, and that's the thing that's scary, because you can just use one skill, the Sea of Fate alone, and then you can just fly back to your umbrella and get a free heal. Now, they Dragon Ranger, they do pick up some form of semblance of control, a flanker, and also a macro clash laner, which is the Mayin.
I like that point that you brought up, right? So actually, this game, Mulan essentially is unkillable if she gets the escape, right? So she can actually use her Parasol in the middle of that transition where she's able to move back and forth in between the skills. She can actually get TP to base, be healed up to full life, come back into the umbrella, go for another fight straight away, right? So DRG have a very high re-engage potential. It's very scary against the likes of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and for DRG, they are trying to take out the competition for Arlie, right? They take out the Shou Yue, which is known to be a late game monster, Concert Yui, which can negate a lot of the physical damage coming out from Arlie, especially in that early game phase, the laning phase. And Chano as well, who also has similar kinds of repositioning.
Okay, so they take up the Sulie here coming in from the side of Dragon Ranger. Big tank, he's able to deal a lot of damages. So I think the tank ability is already fulfilled for the side of DRG. He's probably going to be very vital in the team fights against Weibo Game.
Yeah, I mean, don't mind if we don't have a Yuan Liu, right? We pick up the Sulie instead. We use another tank. It's okay. We save it for another time. Now, Dragon Ranger, they have the final pick, right? They have yet to pick up potentially their mid laner, I would say.
Yeah, I would think so, right? Having the Da Chao now in the mid will be great.
Wait.
So Da Chao mid.
Wait. Yeah, it's Da Chao mid. Yeah, it's gonna be a Da Chao mid. Okay.
So Dragon Ranger, they're gonna finish off their picks. This Jungle Yao coming in. This is the first time we have seen it on the English broadcast for KPL. Now this is going to be 1-1 picking up the full tank build, right? Or maybe a hybrid build just with the Axe of Torment to be able to shred the armor on the side of Weibo Gaming. And there is a lot of control though coming out from Weibo Gaming. There's one strength of the draft that I really like.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, I mean, they went for the deny pick, they went for the Yuan Liu, and somehow, you know, Shi has not been hitting its mark in the playoffs so far. Hopefully today is redemption, especially with the fact that you have such a strong setup for Shi right now, right? You have the Guan Yu, you have the Diadea, you have the Yuan Liu. So there's a lot of control going the way of Weibo Gaming. The only thing that I'm worried about for them is the damage, right? There's a very sinister lack of damage over there. Lung being the only form of burst damage, I think that's going to be a problem in the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, look, my main concern here is how do they deal with Sibao? Because Sibao is actually a hero that has a lot of control, right? So his abilities are able to kind of get a good knockup. There is big AoE in his first and second skills and his ultis as well. Look, his ultimate, if he dies, his teammates can actually instantly revive him as long as they touch his lanterns. His lanterns, I think there are 3 or 4 lanterns which require the teammates to touch. If they touch it, he will come back to life. So there is a lot of re-engage. It strengthens that Moonlan potential to come back to Sea of Fate as well.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming, I mean, they are trying to somewhat control that, right? With those picks, they are trying to disrupt those from happening, prevent them from doing the side quests of collecting the lanterns to revive Sibao. And I think it's gonna maybe kind of work out because definitely they do have a lot of control, right? Guan Yu, he's gonna push you around, prevent you from getting those lanterns. And Lung, he does have a lot of disrupt.
Look, I would even go as far as to say, it might not even be about getting the lanterns as the save. He on this hero for Sulia on the side of Sibao, he's actually going to stop the Guan Yu from coming in. So once again, this game, Zimo is not looking too good. There's so many disruptions coming in. Even the parasols coming in from Moonlan, the Severing Surges, Leaping Koitais from Tien, they're all very disruptive skills. And then look, in lane, during the laning phase, Huan Yin is going to be having an absolute moment of control against him.
Yeah, and now we have very 2 different styles of gameplay once again, right? DRG going for a much more layered gameplay with a lot of mobility with the Da Chao and the Arlie. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have the standard tank combo with a semblance of burst coming out from the Loom in the farm lane. But this will be game number 3 of Dragon Ranger Gaming versus Weibo Gaming in the lower bracket finals. And already, Dragon Ranger find themselves at 2-0.
Yeah, PRG, this is a great position to be in. But not to say Weibo Gaming cannot come back, but they need to play this game really creamy as well. It puts a lot of pressure on the Linghan in this game.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming out for Weibo Gaming, given the fact that they don't have enough damage. And Dragon Ranger, right? They have decided to go for the traditional bottom lane, putting Mulan there. And Weibo Gaming, they actually put Long on that clash lane. So that clash lane, in the form of Huayan and Zimo, they are going to be hampered quite a bit in the early stages.
Yep, so they will try to go for the passive gameplay, right, on the side of Weibo Gaming. But maybe this could be first blood. No, the save will come in.
Yeah, the save will come in from the side of Dragon Ranger. And of course, I mean, Meng Si, he does have the capability to just push people away on that idea. Very strong hero, like very good reposition capability. I'm still worried about Weibo Gaming's damage though.
Yeah, the rotations are going to be very important. But I think Weibo Gaming has one of the highest potential. Right? They just need to play their cards correctly. It also matters that Tingyue lands a second skill here on that control.
Yeah, it needs to be poetry in motion. It needs to be a lot of chain layered skills coming in from Weibo Gaming, right? We can all see the potential. Like, you can push and knock up and CC people for days, especially with Weibo Gaming lineup. Almost every single character that they have has a chain CC.
Yeah, there's also a lot of potential, but also a lot of pressure onto Max because the combination only works if Max gets damaged, right? They don't have enough burst, and I would find that Sumo this game, he's gonna have a very hard time unless they have like a financial advantage because he needs to be tanky enough to be able to #1 flank on the backlines, and even if he gets caught out in vision, if he can survive that initial disruption from Dragon Ranger, he can definitely push them into a situation where they can get the burst in.
Oh, and already look at this. Meng Si gets pushed into no man's land by Sulia, and now the first blood has been given to the side of Dragon Ranger.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? So there's a lot of disruptions on the side of Dragon Ranger. They can also push you into very uncomfortable positions. Now, Sibao, he's not looking for the steal here, but he will be looking to give vision and information for the side of DRG. They're just much better at funneling information to their teammates so far on the side of Dragon Ranger game.
Yeah, and something that I'm very interested about is this Yao rotations, especially before the pre-4 minutes of the game, right? Whether or not he's going to try and get the lane advantages. And actually, he's already at the top lane trying to get more for his team. Whether or not Mulan gets the farm is going to be very important for Yao.
I think he has been successfully doing so, right? But let's take a look at the moment which got the kill for them. I think once again, they're playing on the fact that Weibo wants to engage. And DRG, this is a trait that we have seen in every single game. So Weibo Gaming actually starts the fight, but Dragon Ranger finish it.
Yeah, and they are playing a very smart game, right? They know they're just like the enemy team have the team fight somehow, and this is the story of what happened with the Rogue Warriors as well. We see that this is one of their signature playstyles, and teams have yet to break it. Now they're trying against Weibo Gaming. This will be their third attempt here for Weibo Gaming to try and get a scratch against the Dragon Ranger gamers.
Yeah, and look, the rotations coming in. So Mulan once again thinks he should have the ability to get a couple of camps if it's open, but also because of the teleportation portal, he's able to move in between lanes, funnel the farm into his hands to get the catch.
And now, I mean, we do have a bit of a skirmish at this 4-minute mark. Right now, with the jump going in from the side of Lin Heng, he might be in no man's land that he does not have the damage. That's something that I'm scared about. Infinite Vastness has to be committed by Mac, probably to disengage. If they go on for more here, it is just a wild goose chase. Dragon Ranger, they've been playing at so well. And now, Weibo Gaming, they are further disadvantaged here.
They cannot do this again, right? At this point, Weibo Gaming, every time they try for an aggressive push, look, Dragon Ranger seems to have this clairvoyance about them. They can tell what Weibo Gaming wants to do, when they want to do it, and they're perfectly ready for the interaction. So every single thing, every single position coming in from Weibo Gaming is telegraphed by DRG, and they're punishing them so hard for it.
Yeah, and it's not just a simple game of banning and picking, right? You already banned out a lot of good priority heroes. It's not as if you can stop them. You only have so many bans. And now, with this slot Weibo Gaming have, I just fear for the fact that they don't have a lot of scalability. Lin Heng really needs a lot of tankiness.
Okay, for those of you that notice as well, Zhao Dian, Dian's positioning in the game so far has been those prior brushes around the map where he can hide, he can potentially get the setup as well, but easy escape is on the side of DRG. So a lot of vital information going to the side of DRG, and you see the space it creates, Mulan able to traverse the map so safely. Nobody on the side of Weibo Gaming is able to find him out at all.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that for the side of Dragon Ranger, they've been playing their vision game very well, right? That Sulie, it's a very wildcard pick, but it's working out so well for them, especially in forcing out Weibo Gaming to try and fight.
It plays on their strengths, right? Because look, the strength of Weibo Gaming is the fact that they have the ability to kind of dive in and potentially get the control to pull singular members of Dragon Ranger out. But because of this playstyle, Dragon Ranger is like, okay, if you want to jump, we will let you get the jump. And that's Super jump. We wait for you to jump, and he's going to push you even further into the backlines of Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, this is just layers upon layers. It might seem like a bad draft. Like, you see a Sulie, you see a Yao, and you think, yeah, GG. But no, Dragon Ranger, they have carefully planned this out against Weibo Gaming. So this is a strategy that they have been keeping in their back pockets. They have done their homework here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, for sure. And at 4,500 closing in for the side of Mulan on this early, it's not going to look any prettier for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? They're going to start running down the lanes. T2s right now on the bottom being threatened. They will try to mount the defense, but I think they have to give this up.
Yeah, they do have to give this up indeed. There's no way to siege against Dragon Ranger for now because they don't have any semblance of cash except for Zimo, who has been spotted out consistently by the key positioning of Dian, right? You said that he was in the priority brushes. It's all for this reason, keeping an eye on Zimo, making sure that Guan Yu does not get the better of them, especially in this 8-minute mark.
My heart is in pain now. Look, Zimo, I think Guan Yu is a great pick. There is a potential of a situation where you can force them into awkward positions. But look, the farm on the side of DRG is just too far ahead. 6,500, they're going to try again.
Yeah, and we do have the Sulie going to push in, but into the arms of Arlie as Lin Heng does go down here once again. Dragon Ranger, they're really pushing on these advantages. Their farm is very high at this point. Their poke damage is good. The draft is good. Weibo Gaming, they have a slight chance to come back, right? That is the symphony of skills that we need to see out of them. It's very well set up for the sure, but so far, I have not seen any value out of Ting Yue.
It's virtually impossible at this point, right? It's not the biggest of leads. 4,000, it's okay. But look, your important members, Delung, Max, he's close to 6,000, he's matching up against Moonlan, but he requires the rest of the team to be able to support him. They need the tank, they need the disruptions, and right now, those aren't coming true. There's not enough survivability in the form of Tingyue, not enough survivability in the form of Mengxi as well. They can get the catch, but they don't survive. There is no upcoming damage.
And there we go. We have that team fight going in. I mean, frontlining very well. It is 1-1. He's falling extremely low, but already 2 members of Weibo Gaming are down as Huayan goes in for the jump. Rest of the members, they scramble to survive as now the tier 1 turret will be taken by Dragon Ranger just by this amazing skirmish.
Yeah, they cut deep with this one. Also gets that camp, and Dragon Ranger, this the bowl game number 3. We have not even hit that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very sumptuous lead that Dragon Ranger has. It's very hard to get ahead of them, but this might be so. But Yao escapes the brink of death. Guan Yu going for the chase, but the superior movement coming out from this character alone. 1-1, he makes a show here.
Oh my goodness, that was a big one for 1-1. They had to commit quite a lot of members on the side of Weibo. So once again, map control out of their reach. The tier 3s on the bottom being pressured. So Dragon Ranger, they have everything going for them. Potential kill as well down here.
Yeah, we do see Linghe trying to force an engager, but we know how this ends, right? And now we do have members going in. Sibao, he is going in. He does give up his life, but he has that secondary factor to just keep him up. He does not need to care much about soaking the damage.
This is a beautiful moment from this side of DRG. Might not have the biggest kills, but this setup, look, this time they are the ones engaging. And the fact that you cannot survive the damage on the side of 1-1 is a huge concern for the side of Beijing Weibo, right? Because right now, there's not enough manpower. Even if somehow Zimo makes a miracle Razor Cavalry, what do? There's no one else to give the disruptions to lock people down. And Dragon Ranger are just gonna run circles around you.
Yeah, and itemizations coming out from Weibo Gaming, they don't look too good either, right? Max is the only semblance of damage that they have. I was assuming that maybe Guan Yu would go for more damage items, but of course they still need to find a way to survive. And now Guan Yu, he's surviving, yes, but at what cost? Where is the damage coming from? The rest of the team will just collapse on him, and 1-1 just gets it for free as Mayin jumps Max in the background as well, and Mengxi follows suit. Dragon Ranger are completely crushing Weibo Gaming under their weight, and now forcing the crystal at this point. The top turret will be pushing in. It will be all for naught as they take it in an 11-0 scoreline. DRG give a statement here.
11 minutes in the game, 11 kills to win the series, bring them up to match point. 3-0, Dragon Ranger game. They are definitely taking to the skies.
Oh my god. How did we get here, right? How did we get here? Dragon Ranger Gaming. I feel that they can take it to all gamers. They suddenly look so confident. They suddenly look so fluid. It's like they are in the zone right now.
Dude, that pick, Sibao on the Suliet, that was a huge marker of success because it was only one instance in this game that was shown, right? But Sibao, he's ready to give his life. And in a team fight situation where all the different members on the side of DRG are around, Sibao can do whatever he wants because the lanterns will be collected immediately. And that last interaction with Zimo on that Guan Yu at the bottom side of the turret, you see why it's so valuable, right? How many times did he knock up this Guan Yu? How many times did he lock him back, push him back into the loving arms of 1-1 who is ready to take his life? Let's hear the discussions from the players. Oh, no discussion. So now, Mo, what do you think about this? Is this the end of Beijing Weibo?
I mean, I hope not. I hope not, right? Beijing Weibo, they have shown time and time again that they have the strats, they have the perseverance, right? Tenacity, they have it all. They took 2 games out of AG, and I would like to believe that that stat line is not a lie because DRG, they can't be that strong. But with the previous game, I'm suddenly questioning everything that I know because I believe that in the steps of banning and drafting, they did whatever they could in form of meta to deny away the Yuan Liu from the Arlie and the Da Chao, right? You don't want them to give them the combo. But DRG is showing another layer of depth. They are playing another game of chess here. They have just evolved HOK and are showing prime evolution of the meta right here.
Okay, so let me do a recap of what's happening here. This is what you just said, right? At the start of the day, you said that you asked me if Weibo or DRG, and I said Weibo, and you were like, no, you were looking Cinderella story. But now we are at that Cinderella story, and you're telling me no? What's going on?
Dude. The thing is, I am so impressed by DRG. They don't look like the underdogs anymore. I like to cheer for the underdogs, and now DRG they don't look like the underdogs. They look like they can threaten all gamers in the grand finals. The level of depth of strats that they have, they don't look like rookies.
Yeah, look, and there's so much work done here. To me, the MVP of this game has to be Sibao. He was very rampant in his aggression. He provided so much space for the side of Weibo Gaming. Of course, this was not done by him alone. He didn't have the best farm, 5,000 gold, but it's more than enough. He was actually ahead of gold in the terms of Mengxi and Tingyue as well. 10 assists on the board. He created situations where Wanwan, where Moonlan could benefit, and the damage, look, shared across the team, but he was tanking it up. 45, close to 46,000 worth of hero damage sucked in and soaked in by this Sibao Sulian.
Yeah, and looking on the other side, right? Ling Heng was the subject of hate from the side of DRG, 87,000 damage taken from the side of the Yuan Liu. But of course, it was effective damage because most of the times that you see DRG, they actually finish him off. Meanwhile, on the other side, when they take the damage, there is a secondary life about Su Lian, and his team complements him so well. Zimo, sadly for him, he couldn't find any space with that Razor Cavalry. He was being kept checked off at all times at Da Chao. And Da Chao mid, oh my god, the way that Dian was playing it, his vision game has to be at an all-time high here.
Yeah, they took that initial win condition from the side of Weibo Gaming and turned it into their strength, right? They turned it into their win condition. So every time Nuan Yang here, Ling Heng, he dove in, they push him further in, and there was no save. Even if Tingyue was able to get the second skill, the Silky Beauty, onto any of the members on the side of DRG were already ganking the life out of this jungler on the side of Beijing Weibo, right? Weibo Gaming, there was very little things they could do because Moonlan as well, look, 2-0-5, 9,000 gold, close to 6 items already. He was just too far ahead.
This is an 11-minute game, and he's already at 9,000 net worth point. But the man of the match, I gotta say, right, it has to be Su Lian right here on the Sibao. I mean, Sibao, man, oh my god, you pick at this hero, you just put the goosebumps in me because at this point in time, I'm just thinking, there's so much you can do, but Wanwan actually taking the MVP there on the Yao. He did have a lot of map openings. He did make a lot of macro plays and that crazy escape on the top lane as well.
Yep, he actually was the finishing blow, right? So 1-1, 4-0-5 with the situations created by the side of DRG. Yes, there was a lot of setup, but they needed the killing blow, and most of the killing blows were dealt by 1-1 himself. Look, 27.5% of the team's hero damage dealt was dealt by this guy, and it's of course no question why he's even considered here. Look, every situation, they got the stun, they got the push, and then 1-1 just give him the finishing blow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of layers to this where you think that, yeah, I mean, in terms of meta heroes, Weibo Gaming, they have a very good draft, right? They're completely in the meta, but this is something that you need to take note of when you're playing the game. There's meta and there's synergy. And Dragon Ranger Gaming brought off a synergy that has never been seen before. And combos like Dolia and Elaine, they've been created based off of these synergies. So what we see here today might be a potential combo that might be used in the future as well.
Yeah, we don't really see a lot of Yaos coming out, right? But nonetheless, this was a very smart gameplay coming out from DRG because he was also a hero that could tank for the team. That's one of the benefits of having a tank Yao as well. He's pretty hard to kill. Now the fact that he was able to get it done, let's hear what the players
OK， 你来靠我们，听我讲，打4-1，打4-1，那个我来，别忘了，正面，
我在，吸着闪现，吸着钥匙，兄弟，
我来了，
行，你们自己看，
我圈给自己了，第一个。
OK，你给，
留子一进，关键
没打没起跑，
退左，不要退左就行了，退左。
上路线要。
不，中路来。我没打，你们打下腰，中路没给博压力。我开个大下午了，兄弟。
没狂点那个关羽边，
脚下圈。
留子，
死，要死。
好死，留子。
OK，你们打，关羽死了。
完了。哎，我传过来了，没事，一滴血。慢慢来，跟着下路线打一波，慢慢来，跟着下路线打一波，下路线别急，能一波，铁能一波。我省点力气，别着急，第一波的，接一下我兄弟，接，杀人，我包线你的兄弟，
有线，
漂亮，nice。
Beautiful gameplay coming out from the side of DRG. I think you can definitely tell just based on the tonality of the players, they are feeling it, they are in the groove, they are in the flow state, fleur, as we like to call it.
Yeah, and the amount of hunger that you can hear from the tone of their voice, they are very, very eager to win the game against Weibo Gaming. And the fact of the matter is, they created, right? They created something so different. They created something so new as well. The ability and willingness to try that on the fly. Of course, I know they've been practicing it in scripts. It's a result of a lot of practice to create these kind of strategies, counter strategies as well. But it's something that they are constantly doing, and teams have to watch out for that, right? That originality that they have. This is the champion kind of mentality, just similar to how Ino picked up the Fuzi in that last game of AG versus Weibo Gaming. Dragon Ranger did something that is unprecedented and is probably going to be emulated by a lot of players worldwide.
Yeah, let us bring you back to what happened earlier in the season. They met each other twice. It is a 1-1 scoreline, right? So Dragon Ranger won their first series against Weibo Gaming 3-2. Weibo came back with the second series in the season, just giving them a 3-0. Now, Dragon Ranger on the cusp of giving them a 4-0, but not only that, taking away their chance to take revenge on AG, and also potentially looking at the KPL trophy for spring season 2025 taken for themselves.
Well, I mean, it looks like if Dragon Ranger Gaming are playing like this the entire day, there is no ultimate battle, 4-0 Xiapan, bro. Yeah, we're going to end work early because it feels as if Dragon Ranger, they have their enemy on lock, right? They have been reading all their strats perfectly, and their trap plays in their banning and drafting is so good. It's because of the fact that you pick the Da Qiao early, and then the opponent is forced to pick Yuan Liu Zizi to counter out that effective combo. Suddenly, they lack damage. So now we go for something else. We go for the Sulia, and now we have that secondary life vector that can force that engage onto us, and then we pick up a Yao, which deals a lot of damage and has a lot of mobility, by the way.
Yep, and look, in this particular situation, I think Dragon Ranger have played their cards for ban to pick, global ban pick format really well, right? There is still so many openings for them. They can consider the Luban and Luban number 7 combination coming in the farm lane. At the same time, they also have, I think the Guan Yu is still available for them, and they also have the Jing available if they want to go for those aggressive jungles. So many options open, right, for the side of Dragon Ranger. Now, maybe we're kind of going into a mindset where Weibo Gaming, that light is getting really thin, really dim. But it's not over, right? Weibo Gaming, they still stand a chance.
It's not over till it's over, right? We have seen reverse sweeps. We have seen Weibo Gaming claw out their way of situations like these before, because these are experienced players. And of course, for Weibo Gaming, I feel that, yeah, for the first 3 games, you have been putting Ling Heng on a very tankier side of hero, but we haven't seen the best tanky side of hero from him, which is the Ogren as well. That's still an option for Weibo Gaming. And of course, DRG, they still have a lot of premiums too.
Yep, DRG actually playing this red side pick very well, because every single composition coming out so far in the first 3 games, they're all counter pick measures, and they provide so many solutions against the likes of Weibo Gaming. So does Weibo Gaming go into the red side now, or do they even have that option of going to the red side? That's the number 1 condition. And being a team that's on the top of the series at this point of time, if they are dealt with a 3-match consecutive loss, Weibo Gaming could definitely swing momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming, they have to do something that is not reactive right now. They have to do something like a set strat while denying away the bans at the same time, right? They had to dodge a lot of landmines here. There is 2 bans at the start of the game. And of course, if somehow one of the ban lands on something that they want to do right now, they have to change straight away. Now, Weibo Gaming, up to them, they've been playing super slow right now, right? But we also know that they can play very fast if needed to do so. Whether or not they change the play style is definitely up to them. But it seems like Dragon Ranger has a read. So if the opponent is playing fast, Dragon Ranger might also swap things up. So I'm giving a guess here, right? We're gonna have one of the games where, oh yeah, you're picking up the Agudo, you're picking up the Guan Yu, you're picking up Pei on the other side and Byron, and you're gonna have an all-out battle here.
I think Weibo Gaming at this point, they need to kind of play to their strengths, right? This is not the same Weibo Gaming that we saw against AG. They did not go for those level 1 invades. They did not play as aggressively as I think they would like to. And I think this is a strength that they need to play on, right? Weibo Gaming, come back to life. Give us that aggressive Weibo Gaming stretch, playstyle we have all known, been familiar with, know and love, right? Maybe that is the one change in traits, one change in behavior that will be to give them a lifeline and an opening back into the series.
And of course, today will be the lower bracket final. So these are already the top 3 that you see on the stage. But Dragon Ranger Gaming, they have leveled up so much that I believe that somehow they have brainwashed me to thinking that, yeah, they can do it. They can take out AG, man. They can do it.
Okay, look, DRG fans, they are just on another level. So the banners held up was saying 不准加班, which translates into you're not allowed to go overtime. They don't want that ultimate battle. They want this to be a 4-0. But then we have the Weibo Gaming fans. They're looking for that lifeline. They're looking for that hope to turn into reality. Weibo Gaming, can they do it?
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, I mean, they are literally backs against the wall right now, right? Losing any game here means they are out. Tournament life over. 3rd place is theirs, but still, you don't get a shot at going up against AG once again. And these players, I mean, they've been here. It's just another day at the office for them. Hopefully, they find the mentality to get through the day and go ahead and destroy DRG back the way they did to them.
Okay, I have a very important question, Mo, and I want you to be extremely serious about this. Do you think Dragon Ranger Gaming are tired at all?
I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I think they can do this all day, bro. I think they can do this all day.
Alright, so we're in store for 4-0 then. It looks like the case, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be 4-0, maybe DRG, but you know, somehow I always like to cheer for the underdog. Now Weibo Gaming, they have become the truest of underdogs, right? Put them into a 3-0. They want that revenge match against AG.
Yep. Grand final hopefuls at this point, Dragon Ranger finally go into that blue side. They're gonna pick out the Pei, so they don't want to allow that early game aggression and strength build coming out from Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming, they're concerned about the Lupan and Lupan number 7 combination. That will be taken out.
And 2 very strong bans coming out from Dragon Ranger, potential threat coming out from Weibo Gaming as well, right? With the first pick, they are going to set the tone of how they want to play against Weibo Gaming today.
Will Weibo Gaming go for that late game marksman again? Would they go for the Soye? They don't really have too many good options at this point.
Yeah, Dragon Ranger, they open up with Byron as well, right? Potentially, you can jump with the Byron, so you're looking at something like an assassin jungler, similar to the likes of Pei. I mean, we've seen Dragon Ranger pull out the Prince of Lanling together with Byron because they provide a pretty good backline combo as well. Now, Weibo Gaming, they can go along the lines of something like a Liang to prevent that from happening. We can see the Liang Princess Frost combo if they want to do it with the suppression and Winter is here. They go for the Liang first. Does the Princess Frost come out?
Yeah, it does, right? So Weibo Gaming, they want to get this very early game aggression going on. They need to play fast, right? We've been questioning, where is this fast gameplay coming out from Weibo Gaming? This game, we will get it. The Frigid Prison, along with the power of word control, ultimate from the side of Mengxi is going to be valuable for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and DRG, definitely they still have a lot of mid-lane heroes available, but oh my god, what is this?
Yeah, the Zhuangzi coming out. Yeah, look, Butterfly Effect, one of the most irritating ultimates to deal with in Honor of Kings because every form of control is going to be useless. I mean, the Liang's ultimate is still going to come true, right? But is it going to be enough? Because the shield does also help out on the side of DRG.
Brother, I'm slamming my head on the table right now because Zhuangzi is in KPL. I mean, this guy has Reddit threads on how crazily like underrated or somewhat bad he is in competitive. But now Dragon Ranger, they are going to make it work as well. And yeah, you say what you want about DRG, they have the fresh strat.
Yeah, they do. Weibo Gaming, they're gonna try for the versus coming out for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? They are looking for that big burst. They want that early lead. So, you know, we were talking about, hey, where was this aggressive gaming from Weibo Gaming? This is the series, and this is the game that, look, makes or breaks, and I think they have to go all in here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for Weibo Gaming, they will want to take out the frontliners as much as possible, and they try and take out the Yuan Liu Zhizi and Kaiser already, together with the Hou Yi, trying to dampen the gold lane a little bit. And Dragon Ranger banning out the Marco Polo. I mean, not really seen a lot out of Weibo Gaming, but still, I mean, they might know something that we don't. Elaine and Sikong has been taken out as well.
There's a lot of mini stuns coming out, right? I think that's one of the strengths on the side of Weibo Gaming. Besides the fact that they have the huge form of control and suppression, a double whammy, right, against the side of DRG, they have a lot of burst damage. And you don't want to create a situation where the Marco has the peace of mind to really choose when he wants the Fever Barrage in, because that's definitely going to be a situation available for the side of Weibo Gaming. Now, they will secure the Gerya for themselves, so damage, big damage over time, and also burst potential.
Yeah, that's a very solid marksman pick coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming. I mean, they have a pretty good tier S drafts. And that's the same storyline that we saw on the previous game as well, right? Tier S drafts doesn't matter because Dragon Ranger, they're bringing in something fresh. And I'm hoping to see something off the books here, right? Something that's like, yeah, we're playing a ranked game here. We're going to pick something from the ranked game, which is a low priority farm lane. Concert Yi, just kidding. She's not that bad. She's actually good. And now they pick a Ma Chao as well.
This is a big pick coming in from Dragon Ranger. The reason why I'm sighing at this point is because if they don't kind of shut down 1-1 in the early game, in the mid stages and even the late game, he's gonna have an instant access into the side of Weibo Gaming, and then this is one problem that Mengxi has to deal with as the Liang, right? Who does he choose to control? Because if he controls on the side of the Ma Chao, then the rest of the team will have that opening to really just deal damage in. And here we go, debut pick for the Lu Bu today in this Weibo Gaming lineup. They're looking for some sort of true damage as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of true damage. There's a lot of reach coming out from Zimo here because you can jump so far, right? Literally, it's like almost half the map, I would say, for his ultimate range. So with the Jing and that mirror domain, there's a lot of AoE damage coming out from Weibo Gaming with a semblance of control from the Liang as well. So definitely in the damage department, they are set. They're not like the previous game.
They have a lot of control, right? So Goya's ultimate max, that Sandstorm, is going to provide the slows. You also have the slows and damage coming out from Winter is here for Tingyue. And then with that combination, you will have Tremble models, that ultimate coming out from Lupu. And there's no need to talk about the Mirror Domain, because that Mirror Domain will be saved for the backline on the side of Dragon Ranger. But it's a huge investment into team fights, right? So are they going to overextend once again? Weibo Gaming needs to play really safe.
I mean, yeah, because Dragon Ranger Gaming with the Zhuangzi and the Ma Chao, that's a combo that actually can work wonders, right? Because you are control immune and you just suddenly start running in the back lines with the Ma Chao as well. So if they get a semblance of advantage for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, suddenly your back lines are swapped with the Byron and the Ma Chao and the Zhuangzi just running at you.
Yeah, and they do have proficiency in stopping the Liang from getting the full duration of it. They have the Byron, the Storm Strike is going to be able to knock him up. They also have the Shenmeng Xi, so his second skill actually does give you a mini stun, knocks you behind, and of all the heroes they pick, why they pick the Consort Yu is also because with her vaulting shot, her ultimate, that's a stun as well. So it kind of cancels out so many options on the side of Beijing Weibo, specifically against Mengxi in this game. So it's a challenge, right? Who gets that initial farm? Beijing Weibo, I think they have a very strong early game. If they can bench off of that lead, then maybe I think this might be the comeback factor for the side of Beijing Weibo.
Yeah, definitely. There is a very strong combo with the Mirror Domain. Winter is here and Liang, but it is all down to the execution, right? Both teams, they have drafted their picks, and it seems as if DRG are trying to end things off in style. Meanwhile, Weibo Gaming, they're fighting for tournament life here. They're 3-0, and it's only game number 4 of DRG going up against Weibo Gaming in the loser bracket finals.
Yeah, what confidence it must give you if you're able to head into grand finals with a 4-0 win against your opponents. Weibo Gaming, of course, looking for another miracle run. 4-3, that's the only possible scoreline for Weibo Gaming. Can they achieve that result?
It's do or die here for Weibo Gaming as Dragon Ranger, their early positioning is already setting that Ma Chao in that farm lane, right? Putting it against the Geya. And this is kind of an interesting laning for me because 1-1 going there very early, and this actually the Ma Chao is on the jungle, right?
Yes, he is. So at this point, it's number 1, it denies the farm coming in from Max, right? Number 2, he also then gets the advantage in the jungle EXP department. So he should be able to last against Ling Hen in a... At this point, it will not be a 1v1, of course, between the two junglers, but it puts him in a better position to be able to deal sufficient damage. And hopefully, on the other side, on the other members of Dragon Ranger, they will be able to finish up the kill if he can't do it.
Yeah, both teams are already hunting for that early game advantage right now, right? Because if you look at the kill potentials and the jump potentials for both teams, they're extremely high. One, suppression coming out from the side of Mengxi on the Liang is going to just get a kill, so they don't want that before that level 4 timing from Weibo Gaming. So Dragon Ranger, they're going to be hunting very hard.
They're trying to funnel the farm very hard into 1-1 while he is at 4, matched together with Ling Hen as well. Now, this hasn't been, really picked on the side. 1-1 only used him twice, but he won both games when he used this Ma Chao with a KD of 15 kills. That's insane.
1-1. I mean, he's a guy that never ceases to amaze here at this point. We're talking about Hua Yan being like one of the key factors as well, right? But what Zhuangzi said about 1-1 is really true. Like, his factor of success is very important for Dragon Ranger. But at the same time, stats don't lie. Dian is also very important because he deals a lot of damage, and we saw a lot of versatility from him today. He went from a Hai Yue to a Da Qiao to now a Cat Boom. So there is 3 different fundamental styles of gameplay.
Oh, they found the timing. So Beijing Weibo, they will start aggressing, and this should be a secured Crimson buff for the side of Weibo Gaming. It will be given on to the side of this Jing. So Ling Hen, good start. He's level 6, a decent advantage against 1-1 at this point of the game.
Yeah, and this
but they
is the
do
Weibo
commit
Gaming.
the ultimate mod. Tremble model is going to be used as well. Mulan, can he survive? One more hit will do it. First blood goes over to Zimo, but he does trade his life. Not the biggest of wins, but it's a small advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that early advantage is very important for the side of Weibo Gaming, especially on the hands of a Lu Bu, right? You need that snowball effect. If not, you are just a standing duck in the form of Dragon Ranger just running at you. Now, Dragon Ranger, I was just gonna say, right? They have that very different fundamental styles of gameplay, but Weibo Gaming, this is the Weibo Gaming that I'm familiar with, right? Invading the jungles, finding the timings. This feels much more like that.
He actually gets a slow with the second skill as well, right? Did not manage to bait out the physical immunity, which is why the ultimate also had so much effect against Mulan. Perfectly fine to commit the flash at that point, right? Number one, you can give your life, but another control coming in. The save will not be enough. Sibao gets taken down. Weibo Gaming, this is what we wanted from them.
Yeah, and they are bringing the fight to Dragon Ranger right now. We are going to see an all-out round here as tournament life is on the line, but Geya goes down here.
It's not going to be an easy time for the Geya. So Max gives his life. So both farm laners have given their life once in this game. So the gold at this point, still a little bit even, but they will try to start out this first Tyrant of the game. I don't think Ling Hen will want to give this away.
Yeah, and we do have a skirmish on the top side as well, right? Zimo is still going at it with Hua Yuan, but Zimo, he has a lot of sustain. And that's one of the scary things about Lu Bu, right? 1v1, he's known as one of the beasts. And finally, we do see the debut coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming.
He's probably going for Pure Sky as the first item, right? If not, looking at that Axe of Torment as a potential item as well. This is how they actually caught Sibao. So look, Sibao's ultimate, the butterfly effect, it makes you CC immune, but it does not stop you from getting suppressed. So at this point, this was a nice pull in, a nice bait from the side of Mulan to get him to overcommit on the side of Max, right? So 3 kills, minor mistakes from both teams, and so far it's evened out. 14, close to 15,000 for both sides.
And if you take a look at the farm department, it's extremely close coming out from the side of Ma Chao and the Jing, both the damage dealers in the jungle. But the invasions have been going the way of Weibo Gaming, right? They are there in the department of buffs. 2 Azure buffs already on the side of Wan Wan, and another one in Geya as well.
Yep, so at this point, 4,500 gold for the side of Ling Hen. This is a good advantage they have. They're going to try and push them away with the winters here. So right now, Weibo Gaming just playing the map so much better compared to Dragon Ranger. The options are limited for DRG.
Yeah, this is the Weibo Gaming that we know. And I really am looking forward to seeing this. They are trying to really claw this back, and now with that they are going to
come in
collapse
as well. Mirror Domain going to be dropped down as well. There's not enough damage so far. They should be able to make it out, but Wan Wan, he tries to run away, will manage to keep it safe. Geya, Max is out of position. The stun comes in, they get the kill, the knockup, but here comes the flash. 3 onto 1. Winter is here. They change the stage, and Zimo is going to be able to get the second kill despite 18,500 in the back away for Gaming. Maintain their lead.
Yeah, and this is not too big of a deal that Max went down, right? Not when he was on Luban Dashi, Luban number 7, that because he was the only damage dealer in that case. But for this case, suddenly there's Zimo, there is Ling Heng, and Ting Yue doing a lot of damage in the backline as well.
Yep, he's about close to 6,000 gold on Ling Hen in this Stink jungle, right? So Weibo Gaming, this is a good position to be in, about 1,000 in terms of gold lead, but it's also because of the T1 taken at the bottom.
Yeah, and I really like this draft for Ling Heng because definitely it pairs to his strengths a lot better. Finally, during game 4, they decided, like Weibo Gaming decided, let's unleash Ling Heng, right? Let's stop putting him on the tank heroes. He was on Zhuba Jie, he was on the Ata, aka Zhuba Jie, he was on the Yuan Liu Zizi as well, and Ming Qi, which are not essentially damage heroes.
Yep, so for the first time in the competition, right, you will see the Dragon Ranger are going to struggle to find those openings because while Sibao is a great save condition for the side of Dragon Ranger, he doesn't really offer that much damage, right? On Meng Qi, he provides the catch, he provides damage as well. And on the backline, they're looking for an opening here. With Dian throwing quite a few bombs here, does not manage to get the kill, but has to push Ting Yue back.
Yeah, and the rest of the team are already doing that macro plays on both sides of the map, right? You see Goya on the top, you see Jing on that bottom, giving that lane priority to give a sort of pseudo defense. And this is the part where it's siege against siege, but you can play macro against macro as well. Weibo Gaming are doing and playing the map extremely well.
Yeah, right now it's also besides the fact. So it's so difficult, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult game for both teams to play. 8 minutes into the game, right? We do have that Tyrant spawning, and this Tyrant is a very important marker for both teams because it determines that next 1 minute team fight. And Jing getting this is bad news bears for Dragon Ranger here because definitely they do get that mid lane turret, but there's gonna be a lot of damage in the next few fights from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, the damage is complete, right? So Ling Hen now gets the Starbreaker. This is an important item, not only just to shred the shields, this puts Huayan in a position where he's not able to as effective anymore. And look, Mengxi has been an absolute menace in this game. Every single control has been important, and they just need to watch their positioning on the side of Weibo Gaming. If they are able to catch out Dragon Ranger unawares, then DRG's, this game doesn't look good at all for them.
Yeah, and I mean, DRG, to them, nothing is impossible, but kind of now it's looking kind of a dry wall for them as Dragon Ranger. They do have that net worth advantage, yes, but Weibo Gaming, their scaling into the late game is kind of scary. It depends on how 1-1 plays his matchup, but look at this.
And they will be able to get the catch onto Sipao. Once again, the save is gone, but here comes Huayan. He's trying to change that result at this point, going in for Max, but he's out of range, out of position. Not enough damage coming in from the side of DRG as they're forcing them to back away. Maybe Dian can change it, but nobody dies on the side of Weibo Gaming. Once again, they triumph in this exchange.
Yeah, and that scaling is gonna get even tougher. Dragon Ranger, they have not found a way to fully make use of this Machao yet. 1-1 yet to find that spacing to able to be dealing damage in that back line. Mulan, sure, he's gonna deal a lot of damage, but Max has that AoE control capability. Now, objectives being traded on both sides, but Weibo Gaming, they have the members advantage, they have the lane advantage.
Okay, so they have a little bit of benefit on the side of DRG. I think they have decent wave clear, right? You have the Byron, you have the Cat Boom, and of course with the Oak Bolt coming out from Moonlan, that will be sufficient for clearing the lanes. But here's the problem, right? Essentially, Sipao is a freebie. So DRG, they kind of start every fight with a 4v5 situation. And in the situation where, look, Huayan is unable to access the backlines, then there is no fighting prowess coming out from DRG because Mulan is very fearful of jumping in. They can kill him really quickly. In this 1v1 though, let's see how that works out. It's just gonna be a small trade of pokes at this point.
Weibo Gaming, I mean, they have used the winter is here already, right? Dragon Ranger, they can actually go for some semblance of an engagement, but top lane priority is not in their favor. There are creeps pushing in. They will have to handle it at all times. Weibo Gaming, they have done a great job of applying pressure across all lanes, and Ling Heng is one of the masters of that.
Yeah, this is not DRG playing DRG style, right? They're getting engaged, but they are not able to find an answer. And once again, the catch comes in. Sipao is the one being caught. No, it's Dian actually. There is not enough damage. And once again, Mengxi gets the first kill for the side of Weibo Gaming onto 1-1. Second kill, Mulan is dead. There might not be enough of a comeback. Weibo Gaming, they find an opening. Yeah, Max is trying to chase in. Everyone is low except for Huayan. Maybe he can turn this fight around. 1v1. He gets the cancel, but the map is still in Weibo Gaming's advantage. T3 about to fall. Structural damage imminent. And DRG, they get a taste of what's happening for the first 3 games.
Yeah, DRG, I mean, it's not impossible for them. They still can reach a Paris spike when they reach 6 items on Constant G, but she's still very far away, right? 7.7k gold in this stage of the game where Jing is 11.2. Ling Heng is going to be shredding you at this point. And if you take a look at this team fight, that suppression very key onto Dian, manages to escape but forces 1-1 to be in a position to try and save. And with that, Lupu is able to go in because of all the cooldowns that have been used.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, right? This is the point that you made. The Weibo Gaming's rotations are so clean in this game. They also have so much information. Now they're gonna try for the kill. 1v1 going up against Hua in the mirror domain. He's able to make it out, but can he survive? It looks like there's not enough damage. Everyone is coming to back him up. Max taking a little bit too much damage, but the control comes in with the slashes as well. It's gonna be a quick kill. Hua gets taken down. Mulan gets taken down as well. Weibo Gaming still very much in control.
Look, Hua-Yin, you might have won the aura battle of the 1v1, but you lost the war because when the team comes 5v5, that suppression is going to be so key. This is what I was worried about, right, with the Liang, yet they still want to pick up that Ma Chao as well. I think they should have just banned it out in the first place, but definitely they had better things to ban. They banned out the Arlie, they banned out more priority heroes.
Yep, so very uncomfortable position for DRG. For the first time in this best of 7 series, Weibo Gaming now leading by about 4,000. And if you take a look at the gold, right, it's 9,000 for Max. Now this engagement was so concerning for the side of DRG because look, there's nobody here to stop Meng Si.
Yeah, I mean, Meng Si was having a free time with the suppression, just holding him there. And when you can hold someone there as a Liang and take him out of the fight while the rest of the team members are doing damage, something is wrong, right? And it was a great timing, right? Weibo Gaming, they identified it very well. Dragon Ranger are going to come and assist Hua-Yin. So we got to back Ling Heng up. Weibo Gaming, once again, they've been playing the map to a T. Perfect at this point. Now Shadow Vanguard being taken.
They're just limiting the vision game from the side of DRG, right? DRG, they can definitely turn this around, but it's because they can't identify what Meng Si is, and this confusion is so difficult because Zimo is able to get in those prime position, land that mortal tremble models, and he deals true damage. No matter how much health you have, true damage cuts through everything.
Yeah, and Dragon Ranger, right? Nothing is impossible here. You still have a very farm 1-1, but let's just see how that farm is converted. During the last team fight, he was instantly taken down. Winter here, very good usage coming out from Ting Yue. Whether we can see it this round, they have to be very wary about that. Base Siege, not done perfectly. They will lose their tier 3 for now.
Yep, so that's an open wound bleeding from the top lane on the side of DRG. Weibo Gaming, they can consider one more jump at this point, right? All the ultimates are up. That's maybe something that we'll be looking for. They do try it. The control comes in. Winter is here. Combinations galore coming out from Weibo Gaming. They get the turret as well. Mulan is dead. There is no more damage coming out as Weibo Gaming looking for that next push. They will survive for now, but DRG, this might not be the moment they have been waiting for.
For those of you that don't understand why Liang and Princess Frost are such a strong combo, you can take an example of this right here, right? When the suppression is being used, Winter's here is layered down on the back while hitting the suppression target. So you can't deal damage to the suppression.
Yep, there is going to be damage coming in. The control comes down. Wan is out of the fight. He is out for 40 seconds. At this point, there's no damage, no life. Weibo Gaming, they use the bodies on the side of DRG to carve themselves a comeback potential. 3-1. Weibo Gaming takes this.
Wow, what a game. They claw themselves back out from the depths of this match point, right? It was looking kind of iffy when they picked the Zhuangzi. I thought what they were doing was kind of weird. But still, Weibo Gaming, they found the better tempo. They found the better map rotations. This is the Weibo Gaming that I know. Invading your enemy jungles, making use of the enemy resources. That is so well done by them.
Okay, so this is just one game, right? One game, it's great. Weibo Gaming, that was a nice drop. But they burned out quite a few picks for this. Now, what is left in the tank for the side of DRG? The coach looks pretty battered from that loss.
Yeah, I mean, DRG, I feel that they were trying to cook something, but they were already countered out with that Liang pick. And now, with that being out of their pool, right? They still have quite a lot in their arsenal. I would say that the Chano Zhenren is one of the standard combos that they can go for. We have not seen out of them as of this game too.
Yeah, I think there was a big worry over AoE damage and like individual single target damage, right? I think there was too much single target damage coming in from the side of DRG. The catch. I mean, you know that Weibo Gaming are the catch, right? There's control and too many big ultimates to deal with. So they needed something else to maybe combat the damage. Because they did manage to set up a couple of situations on the side of DRG, but then there's not enough damage even when that situation presents itself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have been going for slower strats, and now that we have upped the tempo a bit, it seems like they are falling a bit to Weibo's traps, right? The invasion timings are just a little bit better, the fights are a little bit better, lane priorities a little bit better. They're playing into Weibo's home ground here. They are second in lane invasion, in jungle invasion for the entire league. So let's just take a look at the post-game stats to see what went wrong for DRG.
I think it really just came down to the kit available for Weibo, right? There's so many things going on. Look, there's 4 big ultimates that go in conjunction with each other. The synergy is unreal here. You have Gerya's ultimate, Max's ultimate, Tingyue's ultimate, Linghen's ultimate, Zimuo's ultimate. 4 big controlling ultimates that essentially cover up a big portion of your screen. There is nowhere to run around, right? And the moment 1-1 is out of the fight, that turnaround potential, gone.
And how does Zhao Dian, aka Dian, consistently do this? Always the highest damage in the game. But if you take a look at the goal graph here, definitely it was in the favor of Weibo Gaming ever since the match started, right? Once the invasion started, it felt like it was a never-ending domino effect that DRG could not get rid of.
Yeah, it really was that goal difference at the start. I mean, look, they were able to keep pace. DRG, they were consistently stealing away camps as well, or making sure that creep waves were in favor of them to try and even out the farm. But the moment the kills started happening, that's where the difference maker came, because DRG had no killing potential. There was very little they could do. The setups, they didn't have enough stuns. You have to commit the flash from the Byron to get onto the members on the backlines. And if you do that, there is still a save potential of Mengxi on that Liang with his ultimate, right? So too many things that made life difficult for DRG. And Weibo Gaming, this one was a gifted draft for them.
Yeah, it was one of the drafts that, I mean, maybe DRG is trying to burn out the drafts, but I don't think it's that deep, man. I don't think it's that deep. I feel that if they were gonna 4-0, they were trying to 4-0 that. And DRG, they still have a lot left in the tank. Meanwhile, Weibo Gaming, I would say that they have burnt out quite a lot of amazing combos, right? That Liang Princess Frost, it's something that potentially Dragon Ranger can do themselves right now.
Yep, so once again, very versatile options open for DRG. I'm just worried that with the strength of Weibo, headed on by this Lu, there was such a monster coming out. Zimuo itself leading the charge on the side of Beijing Weibo. Can they suddenly crush the spirits of DRG?
This man was left 1v2 in the clash lane, yet he managed to solo kill the likes of Moonlan on a concert Yui, right? Once he hit that power timing, his versatility is great on this Lu Bu, and of course for the debut of KPL Lu Bu, yeah, this was the solo kill here. You can already see that he's baiting him back a bit, getting that little bit of a space right before the tower and committing that flash for the first blood. Gives up his life in the process, but damage has been done.
Yep, the deity in disguise, right? This is the one monster you want to be able to deal with. I mean, on the backlines, he was always ready with the flank as well. But so when pushing them out, this created a situation where DRG couldn't really capitalize on getting those damaging abilities in, because every single time it felt like there was a win condition available for the side of DRG, suddenly the turnaround came, right? Tremble Mortals, Winter is here, so many reverse strategies to bait out and kill DRG members.
Yeah, and for DRG, the name of the game here is to try and figure out where Tingyue's position is, right? Get rid of that Princess Frost, get rid of the magic damage, but Zimuo, he made sure that you can't have the luxury of doing that. He's always threatening your front line, always at your face, together with Mengxi's suppression. And it's so good of a combo coming out with that Liang and Lu Bu, which actually, it does make sense as well.
Yep, so many options to explore, right? And at the same time, you take a look at Shibao. you then ask the question, okay, so when are you supposed to use your ulti? Do you use it when they drop the Winters here? Do you use it when they drop Tremble Models? You can't, right? They will layer those ultimates, they will wait for the effect of Butterfly effect to wear off, and then suddenly you're gonna be caught again. So Weibo Gaming, very smart draft, very good execution as well. DRG, is this the start of a comeback against them? I'm not too sure yet, but Weibo Gaming, not bad.
Well, I mean, as they said, right? One time is lucky. Second time, maybe. Third time, okay. We got the ultimate battle. So we got the first one. Maybe second time? Hopefully for the side of Weibo Gaming, because we are all hoping that we can see the ultimate battle finally, and what better place to do it than the lower bracket finals. Definitely a scrap out for the right to battle all gamers for the championship.
Okay, so both teams need to dig deep at this point. Weibo Gaming, they're still on the cusp of giving this entire series away to DRG, right? DRG just needs one more game, one more win against like the Weibo to be able to step into the grand finals, go up against AG All Gamers. I don't think it's that difficult per se, but it's not easy for sure. Weibo Gaming, you've seen this game, previous draft, there could be more coming in.
Yeah, I mean, there could be more indeed. Weibo Gaming, they have not fully explored the possibility of Ling Heng yet, right? We have seen him on lesser tier picks. Of course, he did pick the Lin Zizi for himself, but of course, we have not seen him on his signature heroes, such as the Ogren, and we saw the Jing as well. Like, one of the key signatures are out, but I'm pretty sure he has more in his pocket. But on the other hand, we have the ever so versatile Mulan, who has not played the Chano. He has played the Arlie, yes, but the Chano and the Zhenren combo can still be coming out of him, and the Luban Da Shi and the Luban number 7 combo can also still come out of Dragon Ranger. So that's something that they have to be wary about.
Yeah, and they can also go back to their stock standard strategy, which is to play slow, right? So you can pick up the Souyue late game insurance, pretty much unstoppable, and then try to survive the early game, Beijing Weibo's early aggression, right? And so far they have shown that they can survive against that early aggression. Maybe not in the previous game, but let's see how this goes.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see the picks and bans for this one. But now they are scrambling to think of what kind of strategies they will be going for here. And as a player, right, sitting down in that hot seat right there, you are one score in, and you'll face elimination. It is just so hard to think of what I'm comfortable with playing. No, I'm thinking of, yeah, maybe I don't get to play tomorrow. I don't get to play in the grand finals with AG, but you still gotta do it because there are a lot of fans watching your every move.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, doesn't DRG just go, the monster meta picks, and then we just do what, Weibo Gaming did? That was a pretty sick draft, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. That was a very sick draft. There's a lot of combos left to be explored as well, right? And as we say in HOK, combos are being formed every day. And Dragon Ranger, they're one of the teams that have formed kind of a new combo as well, right? With the Nata and the new pick, it has become one of their signatures. And now, whether or not they can form even more combos. Now, Weibo Gaming, they went back to a stock favorite, going for the Liang, going for the Princess Frost together with the Lu Bu. Now, they have a lot of opportunities to re-explore the Clash lane and the jungle. Do they do it now?
I think they should, right? At this point, just take out whatever you have left. Just treat every game as though it's your last game of the series, right? I think that's the mindset that Beijing Weibo Gaming will be trying at this point. DRG, yes, there is a little bit of breathing space for them, but you don't want to put yourselves in a position where you let the confidence go to the head of the Beijing Weibo players, right? You cannot give them this confidence to come back into the series. You need to crush them right now.
And Dragon Ranger, I mean, they have done extremely well on the red side, but Weibo Gaming, with the first ban, they want to take away the combo of the Luban Dashi and the Luban. Dragon Ranger, they look out to ban the Bei, and the idea being taken out from Weibo Gaming, interesting as well. This opens up the Zhenren and the channel from the side of Dragon Ranger. We have not seen that today, but the Kaiser is also available, right? We saw that banned out just now, so Weibo Gaming, they can go for this opening Kaiser slash very strong, no, they don't have the Yuan Liu Zizi anymore, so they can't go for that flex pick. So I would assume that, yeah, they do go for the Kaiser.
Okay, then Weibo Gaming might consider at this point. Soya is definitely one of the picks that's available to them at this stage of the draft, right? DRG, there is no potential to Dolia lane combination. They will need to see, do we want to fight against this Kaiser, go for, yeah, Zhenren channel maybe? Agudo is also maybe something they can consider, but at this point they will pick up the lady soon.
Yeah, and Dragon Ranger themselves, I mean, they have yet to pick up the Guan Yu as well, right? So if they want to go for a supplementary jungle combo with the Agudo and Guan Yu, they have that possibility as well. But we have to see what Beijing Weibo, aka Weibo Gaming, are picking up here. They go for the Si Kong here, so maybe we're gonna see a late game support here. Yeah, the Kong Konger will be coming out.
Yeah, there's a lot of tanky picks coming out from the side of Beijing Weibo. At the same time, look, there's decent damage too. Si Kong can go for an early game damage build. Look, he has a 90% win rate in the league so far, and I think Weibo Gaming have set themselves up very nicely in this first half of the draft.
Yeah, with that Guan Yu pick, Dragon Ranger, they have to ban out that Hai Yue, who will be able to be the bane of Guan Yu's existence and lock him up in that other dimension. Now for Weibo Gaming, they choose to ban out the Yuan Liu Zizi, a very good form of sustainability. Dragon Ranger, remembering that there's the RLE still in the pool, doesn't want to give that to Weibo Gaming.
Good ban as well, and DRG now not going to pick. I think that's one of the best picks against Weibo Gaming, able to sustain, able to turn around fights with the execution from his Seer state as well, right? So right now, Dragon Ranger, they're concerned about the burst and the knockups from the Mai. Lady Sun very susceptible to that. Let's see what else they pick on the side of DRG.
Yeah, DRG, they need that mage damage for Dian, right? The Yingzhen is still available. Do they go for it here, the poke damage? No, they go for the Lady Zhen instead. So, I mean, for Beijing Weibo, they need to respond to this kind of AoE damage as well as displacement coming out from Guan Yu as well. They do have the Kong Konger, so there's a lot of vision factor for the side of Weibo Gaming.
I think at this point, maybe try a longer reaching draft, right? Longer reaching arms. You can try the Nuwa, you can try Garemo as well. These are all damaging picks. One shot onto the Lady Sun. And interesting. Okay, so Weibo Gaming going for the Marco Polo. They want to kind of bait out the skills. And he does tremendously against the Guan Yu.
And the Hano as well. So both are very good against the Guan Yu as well, Dragon Ranger. I mean, they are all squishy heroes, right? In barring the exception of the Kaiser and the Si Kong, the main bulk of Weibo Gaming is very squishy. So they can go for the Jing themselves here if they wish to do so, and they do. Yeah, so we saw that in the previous game where Jing was actually used against the enemy squishies, and Jing is one of the highlight heroes for 1-1 as well.
Okay, so Weibo Gaming at this point, I think the big win conditions for them is going to start with Ting Yue. The moment Ting Yue is able to land those scepters fate, that's going to be very valuable because long extended fights, right? Kaiser, he doesn't have the biggest of burst damage. In fact, he takes quite a bit of time in fights, right? If he doesn't have the farm or the equal in terms of itemization and EXP. So Ting Yue is going to be the one that's going to be able to provide consistent damage and also provide room for Zimo and Max to find appropriate angles against Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, but the thing I don't like about Weibo's Gaming is that they only have Kaiser as the frontliner, right? Kaiser, I feel that he is kind of a pseudo frontliner. You still need someone to jump in with him to really have a semblance of that frontline. And Dragon Ranger, they can potentially just really exploit that with the Guan Yu. And if you're at a point where Si Kong and Hano they don't have enough damage, Dragon Ranger, they will just run all over you with the Jing and Guan Yu.
I can see where you're going with this. That's also the reason why they pick up the right. Kind of provide a little bit of tankiness. He does go full tank builds. At the same time, he does have the ability to disrupt the Guan Yu on Hua Yan. So hopefully that's what they're looking for to achieve in this game. But is it going to be as easy and as straightforward as we explained it to you? Definitely not. DRG, let's see how they solve the problems that Beijing Weibo Gaming are giving them in this game number 5.
Yeah, over here at KPL, we try and explain the situation as much as we can. But of course, whether the teams execute it differently, whether they want to go with a variety of approaches, it is up to them. And of course, there's a lot of variance when it comes to KPL as well, because they like to go for these fresh threats, especially when it comes to DRG versus Beijing Weibo.
Yeah, I'm really concerned for DRG at this. I like the draft, but there is a potential that a lot of things can go awry, right? If Hua Yan is unable to find those angles of entry, then he becomes silent this game and it essentially becomes a 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, Hua Yan, he has a very pivotal role to play here, but Weibo Gaming, I'm still worried. Like Kong, it's a very strong hero, but it is a very situational hero to make work. But let's just find out here as we head on into the gorge of Weibo Gaming versus Dragon Ranger in the losers bracket finals, where they are up 3-1. Dragon Ranger match point here.
Both teams looking for some form of information as well. Monk catches eyes onto Hua Yan. He will know that initial rotation so far, just making sure that there is no additional pressure in the mid lane. This provides so much room for Ting Yue as well as Luanyan Linghen, both of them, to get that initial clear.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams will be trying to form that invasion of that enemy resources. That more prominent one being that mid lane creep resource, and Yan already on the job. But with the Heino, Ting Yue together with Ling Heng, they will have a faster rotation actually.
To match up the speed, right? So 1-1 is one of the fastest jungle clearers in the game, and that's the reason why Ting Yue is following him to they get that initial clear as well, so they can match that rotation.
Yeah, Weibo, they have done a great job of trying to match 1-1 here. And now with that level 4 being taken, they're going to be looking for a skirmish on that top lane. Sunrun, Zibao, he is on the scene. But now Jing has shown his hand and Kaiser will be there as well. Invincible Warrior is available. And now with Dragon Ranger showing 4 members on top, right? Marco Polo and Lady Sun, they're free to play around with the 1v1s as they wish. Ting Yue, I believe, will have to play a lot into the vision game in the next few minutes, right? Knowing where the rotations of Jing, aka Wan, he needs to know where this threat is.
We know Weibo Gaming to be a team that can funnel information and make it work, right? So having that information of vision onto the rotations, definitely going to make a big change for Weibo Gaming's gameplay here.
Yeah, definitely will. I mean, both teams, they need that vision information very badly. Kong, I once praised it for having a lot of vision, but of course, that illusions can only last so much against the damage and burst of Dragon Ranger.
We'll see. If he can get enough farm, he's going to be a valuable asset. As it stands now, I think more of the pressure is going to be on the hands of Ting Yue, because he needs to make sure that he lands those Scepters of Fates. It allows him to clear lanes faster, and also very valuable damage in the fights.
Yep, very valuable damage indeed. Scepters of Fate are not to be trifled with, right? Once you get marked, you somewhat are stifled from the fight. And Dragon Ranger, they need to be very aware of the positioning against the Heino. Heino, I mean, he still is a squishy hero, but with that Fate Rewind, he provides a lot of sustainability suddenly.
Yeah. Mengxi, I think he's also going to be one of the people on the side of Weibo Gaming that will create a situation where DRG can't exactly fight. So far, in the past 3 minutes, he has been successful in getting into positions to steal items away from DRG. It might hurt them.
Yeah, there's a lot of setup required beforehand. And now Dragon Ranger, they have formed up on the top lane. But Jing, he's trying to deal as much damage as he can before the fight starts. Does have both the buffs to work with, but the counterpart is here, right? Ling Hung is here. But the rest of the team are falling in here. Guan Yi looking for a positioning. Mirror Domain has been used on top lane. And a very nice Razor Cavalry to push Ling Hung in. But he is not going down for now. Popped to Invisible Warrior. Rest of the team has fallen in. A nice little first blood and double kill. Wan will get the second.
Game-changing Razor Cavalry. And the flash committed from Mulan to get that frag grenade down as well. Everything going right for now for Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, Dragon Ranger all according to plan so far. Damage, I have damage. Pushback, I have pushback. Hua Yin, now he has been activated on all cylinders. This Guan Yi is running wild and rampant. This man on the motorcycle, something that you have to watch.
It was looking a bit spicy there because they kind of missed that stun available from Sipa. But this save, critical moment, letting him survive, Wan that is, and this flash coming in from Mulan, securing the kills for the team, that's a big marker.
Yeah, and something that I really identified out of Weibo Gaming is that they're a very expensive team. They're a very expensive lineup to make work, right? You require a lot of farm before you eventually deal effective damage to take out the team. You have a lot of poke damage, yes, but they don't have the ability to kill people. And now Hano, falling low, has that fate rewind.
That was close. That was close. I was having my heart at this point. Look, they need to take this kind of risk, and like you said, I think yes, it is a very expensive lineup. Maybe a discount can come from one of the DRG players. Right now, it's just there's no kills coming over.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, I mean, there's this taking time bomb that we always talk about, and I feel that Weibo Gaming with the Hano, with the Sikong, there is no better ticking time bomb than this team right now. This is an extreme late game potential. Dragon Ranger, they have to watch out for that. The only factor they have to deal with the Lady Sun, but a rival coming in and the bottom lane, Mirror Domain has been used, and now Wan in the thick of things, he will be able to lay down the damage, looking at the skill going in and out, and Xiao Mai, Max eventually goes down. Wan gets traded, but he has bought enough time for Hua Yin to get even more as Meng Si goes down.
It's still an advantage for DRG. They get one kill, but they lose potentially that T2 on the top. There's a lot of structural damage done by Mulan and Sipa on the top.
Yeah, Wan played that so well, right? Swapping in between illusion so that he does not get caught by the rest of his kills. Invincible Warrior now being popped by Ling Hung has to be forced to disengage. No invasions for you here, Weibo Gaming. Now, with a 4,000, no, make that 3,400 gold lead from Dragon Ranger. This is looking bad for Weibo Gaming to control the rest of the map.
Yep, they need more time. It's critical on the side of Weibo Gaming that they buy time for themselves, right? Because like you said, expensive lineup, expensive builds, they need Zimo, they need Ling Hung, they need Qingye, they need absolutely everyone, with the exception of Meng Si. He doesn't need gold, at this point. But yeah, it's a big fight. The stun comes in from Meng Si to stop that potential save coming in. They still get the kill, but in the meantime, everyone is so focused on this part of the map that look, there's so much room created for Mulan. He gets the T2 for the team and still advantage to DRG.
Yeah, Weibo hyper-focusing too much on that bottom lane, right? That teleportation circle being used perfectly by Wan. But look at this, Invincible Warrior being popped. There's a lot of damage onto Mulan. He manages to flash out for now. He will be safe. And now the rest of the team fall in with a Mirror Domain. Ling Hung eventually gets taken out. And now the rest of the team trying to scramble for scraps here. Zimo will try to deal damage, but in vain.
Yeah, there was a lack of information. Hang on. Not gonna go for the kill there for sure, but the lack of information, Zimo actually committed his Thunder Smite, his ultimate, blindly, and it had no value at that point.
Yeah, he had no value. Currently not able to find an opening for the side of Weibo Gaming. Dragon Ranger, Mulan surviving on 1 HP there, right? Dragon Ranger, it just seems like they're always on the brink of death, and they somehow manage to use their HP bars so perfectly.
Yep, I mean, that's one of the strengths of being a Dragon Ranger, right? You're able to drag the game at this point. And Dragon Ranger, it is going to be a 5,000 gold lead. This Crimson buff should be secured by them at this point.
Yeah, Jing managing to get that Crimson buff. Wan He now is loud and in charge. 6.9k. Make that 7k, right? Let's round it up. You compare that to Kaiser. At this point, he does peanuts in the front line. Now, Jing is going to be fully trying to take advantage of that.
And for the first time, right, this stat, this river vision, is working in favor of DRG. So far, in the previous game, Weibo Gaming has been taking that to their advantage, but DRG immediately learn from the experience, take it against the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Dragon Ranger. Now, they still have this thing to worry about, right? Something that's in their back of the mind is Sikong is always going to be farming. We know how monstrous this Sikong is in that late game. He is that late game clash monster that can become that secondary carry that Weibo Gaming needs. So they can't let them reach this stat line. They got to start taking more objectives sooner or later. They can't be sitting happy.
They're chasing Howling Wind.
Yeah, I mean, Mirror Domain has been used and instantly jumps onto Lin Heng. I'm not expecting that level of damage, but I said he was a sitting duck, and indeed it came through. Now they're trying to get this middle lane turret. Fate Rewind trying to keep that turret healthy, does keep it alive for now.
Okay, but it's not enough.
Red team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, there is a lot of poke damage coming through from the side of Lady Sun, and now she is the highest net worth into the game at 8,502 and 7,000 at the 10-minute mark, right? 8,800 on a Lady Sun that has a lot of mobility and a lot of burst damage. That's not something that you want to see, especially if you're a Marco Polo, because you're suffering at the lower ranges. They have to make light of this pick right now. Having that Konger, having the jump ability, Weibo Gaming, they were going for this mobility game here, but mobility game, it falls off to the damage of Dragon Ranger so far. That Jing pick from 1-1 really has them on checkmate.
Yeah, it's so apt that, you know, they got destroyed with the Jing in the previous game. Now they take it out to really smack Weibo Gaming in their faces. And Max is not having a good game.
Yeah, Max is not having a good game, and this is not the game to be not having a good game, because Dragon Ranger, they will take the series if they win this. The stakes have never been higher.
Exactly. It's a tough position to be in. 9,000 gold ahead for the side of DRG. I fail to see how this is going to be a moment where they can hang on for another 9 more minutes before that Tempest. And right now, T3's on the cusp of being taken.
Yeah, Dragon Ranger, I mean, definitely their timing is now. The power spikes have been reached. Mulan has all the itemizations in the world. The siege will begin. Fate Rewind, not enough to save that turret. Now, Dragon Ranger with 1 turret down. Are they happy? No, they want to go for more. Still living in the enemy jungle, not letting Weibo Gaming out. If they make a mistake here, they will get cut down.
Yep. That's a big open wound on the top side. They're gonna try and control Huayan. Huayan is just pulling attention away from Zimo so that they can put a little bit more pressure. Sibao looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, lane creeps pushing in. Turret has been taken. Is this an entryway to a team fight here, Weibo Gaming? You might not want to take this. This is too far out. Now, Dragon Ranger, they will get all 3 turrets for the cost of a little bit of their HP bar. Fate Rewind not working out so far. Weibo Gaming, we knew they had the sustained damage. They had the poke, but Dragon Ranger, they have the burst. Jing is so scary right now, and Guan Yu, the fact of the matter that he's allowed to run throughout the entire map.
It's so difficult, right? So at this point, they do get the reset onto that tier 2 in the bottom. So it's not elite minions, super elite minions coming in for the side, but with the Shadow Overlord going into the hands on the side of DRG, this could very well be that killing blow.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard is now available. It is now popped on that bottom lane for that lane priority. There will be 3 waves of creeps pushing in, right? And this is just to secure the tier 3 turret, and Dragon Ranger are gonna poke for space. If they can see a space, if they can see an opening, they will take it.
Instant take of the tier 3. There is no Fate Rewind to be committed here. It's gonna be... And Dragon Ranger, they're trying to see where is this angle, where is this opportunity. It's going to come in a couple of seconds. That Shadow Overlord flying down on the bottom.
Yeah, definitely coming through Dragon Ranger. They might be looking to end things. They might be looking to go for the throats here as they want to fly. And now Fate Rewind being used. And now with Mulan getting the first, Team Yue goes down. That's the Hano out of the game with Jing following up onto Max as well. The rest of the team still falling extremely low as they scramble to defend here. Monksy the only one alive, but Dragon Ranger finish it. They will soar above the Wave War Gamers as now they even the score. They get a lead and they secure themselves a slot in the grand finals.
That's right. Welcome to the Grand Finals, DRG. History in the making. Not only do they crush Beijing Weibo Gaming, now they have a chance to fight against the champions of last year, All Gamers AG.
Yeah, I mean, what better team to do it than this team right here? A crushing, a convincing performance coming out from DRG. They played a different versatile strat, showed us a new face of themselves each time, and I'm looking to see what they can do in the grand finals.
Look, props to the coach, man. This guy is smart. He gave all the correct tools, and with the players that you have on DRG, it's hardly a miss because they just hit this game.
Yeah, there are a bunch of sponges, right? The coach is just bouncing off knowledge, cooking up knowledge, and now they're soaking it up. And in their interview, they said, you know, we're not afraid. We're just that confident just because we're young. Maybe we're ignorant, but still, it's because we want to win. And you can see the fire, you can see the passion coming out from Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Oh yes, sign my face. That's a very slow signature. Okay, what else do you have?
Okay.
He's tired.
RG.
Okay.
There we go. The RG leaving their mark here as they will be heading to face off against All Gamers. Champion sitting on the throne. Ken, what do you feel? Do you think they can do it here?
I'm not gonna fall into that trap. I think, yes, there is a potential, but these ladies, they're so happy that they win DRG. This is the first time I believe they will be stepping onto this grand stage for the grand finals. And to do it against AG?
Four rookies coming in, one veteran, a fresh team, fresh face. They lost two of their members, and now they soar to the grand finals, taking down Wave War Gaming. But let's just find out what they have to say in the interview.
好，让我们把掌声送给佛山第二季。我们再次恭喜佛山第二季晋级2025年 KPL 春季赛决赛，拿到了最后一张决赛的门票。在这样的一个激动人心的时刻，我相信他们也有很多的想法要跟大家来分享一下。我们先简单采访一下他们。首先，我们来采访一下四宝，来吧，来四宝，今天这么大的比分拿下比赛，有想到吗？
想过的
啊，非常有信心。但是其实对于你来讲是首次进入到 KPL 的决赛，什么样的感觉呢？
就比较开心吧，希望能拿冠军。
简单的话语。但是其实我们了解到四宝的故事，我们知道，其实你是以一个较晚的年龄站在 KPL 舞台上的，但是你用成绩打破了这种偏见。能不能跟大家分享一下，在面对到质疑的时候，你是如何保持自己的信念的呢？
就是相信自己，自信就完了。在这个赛季，包括每一个画面当中，现在一定应该在你的脑海里闪过。我觉得哪一个画面会觉得这些努力现在是值得的？ 什么？
你觉得这个赛季的哪个画面，你觉得所有的努力站在现在是值得的，让你更有这样的感受？
就都有吧。
每一个画面，与兄弟们在一起的每一个画面。我们采访一下梦兰吧，梦兰笑得很开心啊，梦兰，来。激动到忘记了队友的名字，梦兰，这个 QRG 是什么？
就那个赢了嘛，然后太激动，忘记D怎么写，
就是忘记自己队伍姓啥了，是吧？但是是真的开心，现场的观众朋友们也真的为你们感到开心。想先问问梦兰啊，这个赛季其实已经打破了队史的联赛纪录，现在是1穿4进决赛，这是什么样的体验呢？
就感觉非常奇妙吧，因为之前毕竟连BO7都很难赢，然后这次一穿四就很爽，因为之前那个没打前就是我看了6天4场比赛吧，很赶。
是。但是今天其实你们一步一步的顶住压力，其实做到了这样一件事情。其实对于你来讲，这个赛季有很大的变化。你现在已经扛起了队伍的旗，是不是？梦蓝队长，这种感受一定不一样吧？
主要是那个兄弟们有点猛，我其实也没干什么。
把功劳归功于自己的兄弟们了。刚才下面的观众已经在喊到决赛，你们要一穿多少？我问一下梦蓝，因为在决赛你们要面对的是强敌 A 级，你会觉得压力大吗？会做什么样的调整吗？
就因为我们那个现在，因为之前也是一步一步突破嘛，然后现在以一个挑战者那个心态去打他们，因为毕竟对面是7连冠，他们压力肯定比我们大，虽然说他们很厉害。
哇，非常清晰，先给队伍降压，希望你们能一步一步的去实现自己的愿望。我们来采访一下早点啊。这个赛季其实你们已经成功在第3轮进入到 S 组，现在已经一穿4进入到了决赛。其实之前有听说过，因为一些挫折产生过对职业生涯的质疑。现在站到这个时刻，对你而言是什么样的感受呢？
就是感觉比较梦幻吧，因为之前因为成绩一直不好嘛，然后突然来到这边，其实就可能有点现在还是有点不敢想。
就不敢相信这一刻，还会觉得更加的梦幻。其实我们能看到这个赛季你也在努力的融入队伍，而且融入的非常好，在比赛当中有展现出自己的闪光点。你觉得现在自己的状态怎么样呢？
我觉得状态的话，就是可能还是稍微需要提升一点。
仍需提升。
是的。
但是我印象比较深刻的画面是你跟泽教的那一段赛后的对话。其实泽教应该是在目前这个阶段给你带来非常大变化的一个贵人，有什么话要跟他讲吗？你觉得给你带来哪些东西？
就不管是泽教还是我的队友吧，就是谢谢他们，就是没有因为我之前是 B 组，然后就是嫌弃我什么的，就大家都是有问题一起解决。
我觉得没有任何的嫌弃，这是你们共同努力的结果。现在你们已经来到了决赛，你就是决赛级别的中单。不知道你自己对于那个再上一层的中单名字有没有更加的期待呢？有，我们也开始期待那场比赛了。好了，我们再采访一下王满。王满今天，哇，天神下凡，大杀四方啊！来，王满，我先问问你啊，今天的这个比赛场上，感觉每一次出手好像就有那种很爆炸的杀伤力，比赛会觉得今天特别有信心吗？
有的，
就跟平时不太一样，
就感觉今天一定能赢吧。
今天感觉一定能赢，而且我发现了一个细节，不知道你们有没有注意，自从婉婉因为上次失利落泪了之后，就再也没有输过了。婉婉，想问一下，你和队友一路以来怎么克服这些困难的？
啥？
怎么克服这些困难的？
谁？我？
当然啦。
我怎么克服困难的？
是有困难吗？你先告诉我。
当时没啥困难吧，当时其实也不是输的那个自责什么的。
那是为什么呢？
就感觉兄弟们当时打的就太懦了吧，太怂了。
是不是因为自己？
然后
就他们有问题。
然后我很生气，然后我就感觉我们不应该这样输吧。
那你觉得在那一次之后大家有变化吗？
我感觉大家确实变了。
有的时候是需要逼大家一把，确实变化也非常大，给到肯定。好了，我们来采访一下我们的超强新人花园啊。这赛季拿到了常规赛最佳的新锐奖项，而且兄弟们给你的评价是临危不乱，在赛场上打出了多个高光。你自己感觉这一路以来自己的表现怎么样？尤其是临到季后赛的时候。
因为我去年就一直在场下的时候看他们打比赛嘛，然后我感觉他们那种就是高光画面嘛，就是如果我上来了，我应该也能做到嘛。然后我就一直是的，我就一直给自己那个做个标杆嘛。
其实这个赛季在常规赛的时候还是蛮跌宕起伏的，但是越到后面的时候，你们的状态调整的越好。你们自己在这个过程当中去逐渐的挺进了决赛，打破到质疑，会有不同的那种成就感吗？能不能跟大家分享一下？会有不同的成就感吗？打破质疑的过程？
没有吧。
没有，这个体会可能还需要更多的比赛来积累。那我们问一个简单的问题，因为马上是你要打的第一次 KPL 的决赛，这一次你会在梦里先演练一遍吗？
会的。
会的啊。那这次演练一下，你觉得会是一个什么样的画面呢？
巅峰对决吧。
想着巅峰对决，让他们毕竟是值得尊敬的对手，是吗？
是的。
好，不能小觑。那我们来问一下泽教，来吧，宝藏泽教。这是你在这支队伍的第3年了啊！这3年以来，第2季也发生了非常多的改变，无论是选手还是成绩，应该是5年，但是主教练的第3年，没错吧？啊，
对。
所以我想问一下，就是打到现在，你觉得跟队伍之间的这种羁绊和信念会不会发生改变？你自己有发生变化吗？作为主教练的身份？
没有啥变化，
始终如一的。
对。
然后其实你的队员们其实对你表达了非常多的感激和支持，你对他也有非常多的这个教了很多东西。这个过程当中，你会有更多的成就感在身上吗？
有是有，但是我觉得他们本来就应该站在这里。
这是他们本身的魅力，只是你把他们带到了大家的面前，是吗？
对他们有这个能力站到这里，所以才能站到这里。
有千里马，也有伯乐，这是我们最愿意看到的画面。想问一下泽教啊，因为是时隔3年，第2季回到了决赛的舞台，我相信其实对于第2季来讲也是非同凡响的。在这样的一个晋级的时刻，有没有什么话要跟自己的弟子讲一讲的
呢？路还没走完，还有下一步。
还没走完，还有下一步，希望大家抵住这股劲儿，对吗？好的，非常非常的谨慎，也希望能够在最高的那个舞台上展现你们自己的魅力，给大家带来一场精彩的对决。朋友们，我们再次一起恭喜一下佛山第2季进入到决赛，我们把掌声送给他们，好吗？也期待佛山第2季能够在春节的舞台上去冲击属于他们的冠军。我们也即将在郑州见证这场巅峰之战。亲爱的观众朋友们，让我们一起来喊出他们的口号：激流勇进，激流勇进，激流勇进！亲爱的朋友们，我们郑州见！
A team that has many dreams to fulfill, just one more step. That was what the coach was telling them. Your journey is not done. There is one more step to complete your destination.
Yeah, and during the course of the interview, right, these guys were so cute. They kept asking, like, what's the question? What's the question again? Yeah, well, they're just in disbelief that they won. And for Mulan, aka Meng Lan, he said that, yeah, he wrote the letters wrong, right? He wrote QRG instead of DRG, and he was so excited that he won that, yeah, he forgot his own team name, which was something very cute.
Funny. Yeah, I mean, you can tell, right, that this elation is of a different level, and I think they're also very respectful of AG. You know, they were talking about having a dream of playing in today's games and winning. But of course, with that being said, when they were asked about how this was going to be like for them tomorrow, they said it might go to the ultimate battle. So we'll see. But now let's take a look at the team that was so close, but had to take one step back.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, they clawed adversities time and time again to try and get here, right? They faced AG already, they flew close to the sun, and now finally their run is over, but of course not in vain. They are still one of our top threes.
That's right. It's a big achievement for them. And of course, with that being said, we will be running through our schedules, the results for today. And, you know, this is a big moment for this team that is DRG as well. Like, having to take down Beijing Weibo Gaming, that's no easy feat. And now they are on the cusp of going up against the champions, the kings of 2024, heading into 2025 KPL. Let's take a look at the journey.
今天评论系已经闪现去到了北京微博的新主场。
今年春天的北京微博终于挖好了新主场，那么欢迎大家来到北京主场。
感觉北京承载大气运之地，不愧是首都。
第一场打比赛，我说回家了，兄弟们，回家了，打比赛了，在北京，有点意思，
感觉很自豪吧？
特殊的感觉就是非常爽啊！我的主场，我一定要赢下来。
随之刷新的还有3位首发队员，新的主场，新的首发，新的选手，全新的事物总会更受到关注。比如 听乐。
感觉你跟梦溪2个人搭配的效果非常好，你有这样的感觉吗？
外人看是这样吧，我觉得不对，本人看也这样吧，因为我想低调。
北京微博的第1轮跌跌撞撞，卡着分数才勉强进入 A 组。输给杭州 LGD NBW 之后，巨大的阴霾笼罩整个队伍。看似风趣的听乐主动找到了教练。
当时听乐就看整体队伍状态不好之后嘛，然后听乐说想能不能给个机会竞争一下首发。他说我觉得我自己不比谁差，然后我觉得他这句话就真的挺打动人的。
争取被看到的机会，除了场下磨砺自己的职业技能，还需要在训练赛中证明自己。听乐就是这样来到了赛场。
他说想来试一下，就我也跟他提了一部分，就是如果要竞争首发，那你需要做什么，给他提了一些要求跟目标吧。我觉得他完成的都非常好。
还好能上场打比赛。 听乐的话，就感觉非常的稳嘛。
跟邵思源2个人，邵思源要倒了，火舞一血到手，这个听乐呀，控住了，秒了。
听乐拿到了终结人头，最后听乐一波2连击破微博，拿到风暴龙王。
这个磨合过程中，有个和他化学反应极其强烈的人，梦溪。
这个轮换有说法，一上来这个中辅的节奏连续2把了，攻势拉满。
梦溪当时跟听乐一起嘛，然后他们2个发消息给我说想争取一个上场的机会，
就问老林我可以不可以试一下，如果觉得跟队伍化学反应不是很好，可以替补，可以一直不上的，我想赢比赛嘛。
梦溪是跟每个人都能打成一片的那种。
走吗？现在走吗？12300老木。
对，他跟谁都能玩得来。
我给你摸一下。没摸，你的光
梦溪在生活上是一个话特别多的人吧？我感觉他挺一的，
比较浮夸吧。
性格开朗的梦溪，比赛和生活有着极大的反差。平时和其他人打成一片，比赛里却很少说话。失利后，也是一个人默默消化情绪。
一开始输了比赛不会说，我也会难受啊。自己在被子里偷偷哭吧，真的受不了了，压力太大了。
对于辅助指挥位来说，不说话是教练最头疼的事儿。林教用了一些自己的小秘籍，让梦溪开始改变。
他最开始打辅助的时候，他是不讲话的，或者说是在队内讲话讲的很少。我去稍微的去指导了他一下。炸弹包这把肯定打炸弹包。那次之后，他整个人的状态不一样了，游戏内做到的内容也完全不一样了。
他教我什么叫真正指挥，让我该怎么说话，对我这个帮助挺大的。感觉他对我眼前一亮，感觉我真改变了。
怎么知道梦溪的呢？
其实确实说过，但是不太好透露，就是希望理解一下。
林教用了什么方法，我们无从得知。毕竟他是出了名的喜欢藏东西。此时处于紧迫的第2轮，去年夏季赛转会来的小麦仅仅只有几次出场。眼看即将签订 K 甲租赁合约之际，他抓住机会找到了教练。
其实小麦开始他在外面也试训了挺多队伍，然后包括我们这边打的时候，其实表现的不是特别好。他说可能是因为自己太想争那个首发了，所以打得比较着急。然后他说林教，你再不让我首发，我可能就要到 K 甲了。然后我说上天安排的最大嘛，对，我这样跟他说了一句。
有就抓住呗，当时就没有觉得自己能上吧，只能说谢谢老林吧。
说是上天安排，其实还是人力胜天。小麦通过训练赛的表现得到了上场机会， 而这场比赛对战的是他的老东家苏州 KSG。
小麦他有很强的指挥能力，
不用扭，卡抬手就卡抬手，是他花就卡抬手，而且
他的脑子非常的好用，脑子动得非常的快，所以就磨合下来的成本会非常的低。
因为我就是用脑子玩游戏，所以脑子比较聪明的。
是大家一起想的，还是你想出来的呢？老林，
小麦想的，小麦从第1楼的时候已经想到最后一手。
小麦想牛逼，小麦。
小麦在比赛里有自己的小智慧，总是灵机一动，带给队伍很多新的想法思路。但在生活中，他却想做一个小傻子。
谁赶你？欧能说的呀，一个夺冠的团队必须要有一个傻子。这是褒义词啊，不是骂人的，就是一个带队团队氛围气氛的一个人，能被开玩笑，然后也能开玩笑，就这个意思。
小麦性格比较活泼，然后话也比较多，
憨憨的，蠢蠢的小麦。
对啊，我就是那个傻子。
至此，3位新锐登场的故事再次落笔。无论是听乐、梦溪，亦或是小麦，他们都做了一件 KPL 赛场上极少有人去做的事，那就是勇敢地告诉教练：“我想上场。”不是僭越的野心，不是盲目的自信，更不是对首发战友的否定，而是给自己争取一次机会，一次回首职业生涯时不会感到懊悔的机会。金子本身并不会发光，与其等待被发现，不如主动寻找，才更有机会被看到。毕竟，金子太多了，主动发光的金子才会发光。
机会都是把握在自己手里的。我觉得电竞选手是要为自己争一个机会吧。3个人的共同点就是对赛场的渴望吧。其实他们都非常的积极，训练赛效果也很好，比赛效果也很好，然后所谓的化学反应就出来了。
3、2、1，北京微博，加油！
逐渐稳定的首发5人擦出了超强的化学反应。来到胜者组，我们差点忘了，他们是第1轮差1小分就调入 B 组的队伍。
这5个人都有特别好的化学反应，让5个人成为彼此的主心骨，这才是我们的状态。
而这波攻击力直接推散上去，硬杀 Silver， 这波小麦跟你爆了！时隔1年，北京微博再次回到了 S 组的行列。
年轻的小将以为登上赛场就是追逐梦想，只有赛场的老将才知道，赛场真正的苦涩是什么？是我本可以。
其实这句话形容的非常的精确。我本可以在那个位置，但是却没在。输比赛带给他们2个的打击，相对于其他人来说，我觉得可能会更沉重一点。
这个赛季的排练，我真的无法想象。
成长的背后是经历了漫长低谷期和自己对抗的过程。每个人心里都有一块疙瘩，郁结着你所有不被管控的执念。他们不再把拿不到冠军就是没用挂在嘴边，就像他们也不会再说我一定要拿冠军一样。原来放下执念，才能稳稳的无限的接近真正的冠军。
对于某些事情也不要太有执念，让自己不要太固执了。
有点营业神魔的感觉。想了很多吧，我觉得享受比赛是最重要的。结果的话，看得太重的话就会着急吧，就是不会稳定。因为越重要的比赛就是越要平常心，都是很宝贵的经历吧。
我觉得都是要靠自己人生的经历吧。那我应该就是往前看。靠稳，别让他接龙了。怎么做到嘛？可能就是经历这么多嘛，自己也会去思考嘛，到底怎么样可能对自己帮助更大一点，对队伍帮助大一点嘛。
也许年轻的人是赛场老将的镜像，暖阳还是会像刚来时一样，扎实学习每个新的操作。
这都被让你偷拍进去了，失利了，就是自己一直没有能够调整好，但是呢，就是自己就是会一直想着，我早晚有一天会就是把这个问题解决掉的嘛。
他现在确实是 我觉得暖阳啊、子墨他们状态已经调整得非常好了。
干到60岁啊，干！
你看我这边，看我这边，
一波结束，让我们恭喜北京微博3比0。
点掉时间，让我们恭喜北京微博。
输了，让我们恭喜北京微博。
这个赛季的北京微博给我们讲述了一个绝地反击的故事。这个故事是过去每一个脚步的累积。这个故事是舍去内心执念后的奖励。这是赛场教会他们的生存法则，也是我们每个人都在时刻参悟的生活哲学。很遗憾，还差一步就走到决赛的舞台。这个春天的成绩对北京微博来说只是暂时的答案。
这是一个新的开始，大家慢慢来。
我觉得我们的目标不是季军吧，而且也不会止步于季军。
相信队友，别怀疑自己，然后别内耗。希望下次好好加油吧。然后结果可能不是很重要，我享受的是进步中的过程。
我觉得大家都很棒吧。
我们才开始，我们的征途是星辰大海。
北京微博，
That's a big moment for the team of Beijing Weibo Gaming. I think the main gist of that message, bear in mind that Beijing Weibo is technically a new team, right? 3 new rookies, 2 veterans in that aspect. You have to go and get what you want in life, right? I think that was the main message sent by the Beijing Weibo players. And also to be mindful that the journey, you must enjoy the journey and not just the destination.
Yeah, I can tell that you're very emotional right now, Ken. Maybe just don't cry. You know, that was a very emotional. That was a very emotional message coming out from the side of Beijing Weibo. And one of the key storylines that they highlighted was with Ting Yue, right? He was just saying that he asked for the position of mid, and he basically just asked the coach whether he could be that mid lane player because he's not worse off than anyone else, and he feels that he can play in that role. And for him, it was a trial by fire as well. And another main storyline that was inside was also Nuan Yang, aka Ling Heng as well. For those of you that don't know, he is a veteran in the scene as well. He's been around since 2018, so it's been 7 years for him in the entire ecosystem of KPL as well. So for him, he has been understanding the meta, learning more about the new meta every single day. And 7 years worth of meta. How much knowledge is there in the man? And at the end, I really like what he said. He'll keep doing it. He'll keep doing it till he's 60 years old.
Yeah, I have recent messages from like players that want to join the pro leagues and stuff like that. Okay, I'm not the guy you're supposed to find, but I want to let you guys know that it is important to go for what you want, go and trial for any teams, and hopefully we will see you get one step closer towards your goals and achieving whatever you want in life. And that is exactly what is going to happen tomorrow for the side of AG going up against Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, the grand finals are here, but I don't think it's that soon, Ken. It's happening on the 10th of May, which will be the next week. So we are going to give the teams some time to rest and relax a bit. Of course, they did play a crazy series in that losers bracket, but I can't believe it too. I can't wait for the grand finals to be enough.
Yeah, too excited at this point. 10th of May, that is the date that you're supposed to save, right? It will be a best of 7 once again between the 2 teams. And for one team that has never touched the likes of the grand finals in KPL, Dragon Ranger Gaming, this is the one chance. It may not be the final chance, but you want to get it done.
Yeah, and of course, there has been a lot of stats floating around regarding AG versus DRG, but what DRG have shown today is a new precedent as well, right? There are new strategies being formed by DRG, new strategies being tried out and tested. Today, the Zhuangzi strategy might not have worked, but who knows? Against AG, they might pull it out again, and it might have a better solution. for that combo. And DRG, they are innovating. They're finding new combos every day. And so is AG. So this is going to be a very scary stat line. But looking at the previous game itself, right? Dragon Ranger went for the stock standard and beat out Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, this one was a difficult match to play for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? Max this game, he was just too far behind, too much gold in the hands of this Lady Sun. And Mulan, I mean, dealing 44,000 damage, pairing on with the 1-1 craziness that is the Jing, close to 50,000 worth of hero damage done to the side of Beijing Weibo Gaming.
And how does Waves do this, man? He is twice the stat line of anybody else in the game with a 98,000 damage. And it's on Lady Zhen, mind you. It's not easy to do. Maybe even if it's on a Princess Frost, there's a space where you need to scramble for position. But he was allowed to roam free into the game. He was a prime target as well. But the gold graph just all roads led to Dragon Ranger, right? They were controlling the entire game. This man right here had some insane openings, insane picks on the Guan Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nuanyang couldn't find much success on the Kaiser.
Just too much damage, too much control, right? I think Dian probably is going to be the MVP of this game. There were many setups done by this mid laner. Now, he was able to land those Ocean of Tears, flowing sides consistently throughout the match, creating so many spaces for the side of DRG to benefit from. And, you know, once the gold is in favor of DRG, having a Jing on your lineup is so dangerous against the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and I think the hallmark of a good team is when you can't tell who the MVP is. Because I feel that, for me, it could be Dian, it could be Hua Yan, and of course, it is the man himself from DRG, Hua Yan. And I would say that, yeah, a hallmark of a good team is you can't tell who the MVP is. And right now, any of them could have filled that position, but Hua Yan, he had some amazing setups as well.
Yep. Sparking that new hope for the new generation. Reason why? Because he has just entered in the year of 2025. The initial save really set the stage for DRG to get a lead for themselves here. That Razor Cavalry saving the lives of his jungler, controlling 3 members at the same time on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, very well done. And if you take a look at the positioning coming in from Mulan, he set it up so that Mulan can flash in and just lay on the damage. Now, with this teleportation circle being used by Wan, a follow-up coming out of Hua Yan was necessary to perform this save. But the Razor Cavalry coming in the backline against that Marco Polo was very necessary.
Yep. Not only did they get the kills and kind of melted that aggression down, it also created so much space that their farm laners and their roamers were able to rush down the top T2. And once they had the map advantage on the side of DRG, it was really hard for Weibo Gaming to come back. Let's hear what went on during the game.
小空间是零，小欧空间是零。
没事，给了给了。
他应该没打，还没打。
我能先到。
3打3怎么说，兄弟
？3打3可以来。我们中南，我们
凯交大可以先
拉一套，凯交大可以先拉一套。我先到。
空间这里是我。
我在路上，兄弟们，我在路上。10秒后走，慢慢来。我空炸了，别着急，慢慢打，慢慢打。就急我凯，就急我凯，就急我凯。能控吗？
能控。来，凯没到的。哎，好控。
闪炸了，闪炸了。
好控。
慢慢来。龙有了。来。守塔为主，守塔为主。
没线了，能走。
我不靠等，守塔为主。
行，能走。没电。打不死我，应该打不死我。
5个。
行，
能走吗？接一下气。哎呀，我刷钱吧。刷钱吧，不要了，没事，先让我们爽一波。换一个。
OK， 好，全在上面。
大农民过来就打一波，兄弟。OK， 不用急。5秒击炮。不要给他扎了，我跟你。
我没在，大龙到我的，拿个红。
关友怎么解分？你跟我站一起，我
OK， 我知道。
我去侧面准备打凯。
行，你们打凯就行。
海诺没大。我炸了，炸4个。来，我有服务，我别怕，给服了，不要卖，不要卖，一波，来，兄弟们，炸他，来，漂亮，
It really was a big moment.
Yeah, an amazing synergy coming out from all of them. their comms were very clean at the start, and now you can see the tone up in their tonality as well as you reach the passion stage where you are going for that victory, going for that throw. They were just saying, yeah, just kill them, hurry, kill. That's exactly the translation. But what I really like about the communication as well is they call each other 兄弟们, which is like, you know, not a lot of kids nowadays in China call each other 兄弟们, especially in a game comp. You know, it feels like, you know, me calling you brother instead of bro. So it's like, yeah, they are very, very formal, and still they're getting the comms through. It's very clear comms as well.
Yeah, so this is one of the big formulas they will be trying to use against the likes of AG. Now, bear in mind, AG, they are a team. And I want to revert you guys back to the interview. There was a small portion where the host was asking, right, what do you think about the pressures of tomorrow? Not tomorrow, on the 10th of May for the grand finals. And Moonlan actually said, you know what? Actually, the pressure is not on us because the pressure is on AG. They are 7 times champion. I think it's much more pressurizing for them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely is, right? The whole world is looking at what you're doing. And right now, DRG, they've been cooking, right? They've been cooking under the radar, and they've been cooking up a storm. But let's just take a look at today's results in a few moments, right? We already saw that it was a 3-0 at first coming out of DRG. Eventually, they did lose one against Beijing Weibo, but they answered back in a convincing fashion, closing out the series in a 4-1.
That's right. Very clean performance by the side of DRG. These younglings are making work with the help of their veteran in the form of Moonlan. And look, Beijing Weibo Gaming, they had a monstrous draft in that one win that they had. It was so hard. And DRG, they do show a little bit of weakness, but they also show this huge potential for the grand final.
And now the stage has been set for the grand finals. We have our grand finalists who will be playing on the 10th of May, that Saturday, folks. That will be Chengdu AG, Chao Wanhui, also known as All Gamers, and of course, Foshan DRG, also known as Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, so big moment. Look, this is history for the DRG team and another monument, another marker for the side of AG because they can get up to 8 championships win in the KPL. So these are results that both teams want to achieve. They want to be number 1, but only one team deserves it. Only one team will get it. And these are the standings so far for the season itself. Of course, AG all the way at the top. Now second, the DRG.
Yeah, and not just that, there's a lot of stakes at the line, right? Whoever wins the grand finals secures a direct seat to KWC playoffs. None of that group stages. You go directly into the playoffs, but these are the stats for today. A lot of DRG members, but we can see Weibo Gaming, they do have a lot of damage and a lot of damage taken as well.
Yep. Look, they really put up their best performance of the day, but it was just not enough. DRG was completely on another level. Now, the stats remain similar for the total top team damage here. Number 1 going, of course, the Dian. I mean, he is just locked in at this point. Now, DRG, they have quite a few members on these achievement lists. 1-1 and Dian once again in this number of team kills. And I'm just curious to see how does this results translate in the grand finals.
1-1 broke the record. He's the number 1 now. It was tied yesterday for 6 at number 1. Now 1-1 is the number 1 at 17 kills. But of course, the man of the match again, Tien, the man who is never touching the backline somehow and still deals a lot of damage. He still retains that number 1 spot.
Yep. So a lot of big achievements coming in from DRG, not just besting one of the best teams in KPL, Beijing Weibo, even though they are pretty new with their lineup. This also is one of the first times they will step into the grand finals. And now to do it against all we know that is the monster of a squad that is All Gamers AG. It's going to be a very exciting time for everyone, us included.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, AG, the Kings might finally have someone to call the King Slayers, right? DRG might be a potential upset here. They have gathered their momentum, they have gathered their experience, they have marinated their time in the lower brackets.
They have about what, 6 days? 6 days to get it done. So 6 days of practice, 6 days of reviews and research to be done against the current kings of KPL, and let's see if they can really put up a challenge, because just going up against AG is already an itself. Teams have beaten them before. Now all they need to do is to do it.
A lot of
So with that, that will be the end of the day for you and me as well. Cause it's been fun, it's been great. It's your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and with me has been Moman. All right, and yeah. So with that being said, yes, we will have more games coming. Before we get out of the broadcast today, best of 7, this is a very monumental moment. It's also put a lot of pressure on the coaches. There's one thing I think I wanted to mention on today as well, because the coaches so far, if you have been following KPL for the longest time, you know the coaches make the world's difference. And today, definitely for DRG, the coach made that big difference. The drafts were insane coming out from DRG. They had also the players with the skill levels, skill proficiency to be able to execute the drafts at a very high level. Now, with that being said, the coaches on the side of AG, they are one of the best, if not the best in KPL, and we'll see in the battle of minds, battle of bodies, battle of fingers, and battle of mental strength, which one of these two teams will be able to do it. Now, if you have any questions on the drafts and all that, I think you can also take a look at the replays of the games we've had today leading up to this result. That is going to be DRG going up against AG in the grand finals. Now, they have 6 days, we have 6 days as well. I hope this 6 days will be fruitful for you, because when we come back, I need you to hold your breath and we will see who that final winner is. That is it. That's it for us today. We will see you, and with that, we wish you the best. 6 days countdown from right now.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and